minute. See? Yeah, but I don't know why. The cover.
Good afternoon. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Opens Meeting Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene a regular meeting on Tuesday, August 20, 2024, at 3 p.m. with executive session starting at 3 and the regular meeting reconvening at or after 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. Mayor, it is now 3 p.m. Would you like to make a motion to start the meeting?
Nina, do we have a quorum present? I'd like to call today's regular meeting to order.
Thank you. Yes, for the record is to call. Thank you. Okay, we will start with roll call. Good. The next item is Pledge of Allegiance to the flags, and then we're also having first an invocation by Ms. Alicia Justilian.
Good afternoon. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you grateful for all you have done. As it is written in your word, for in him all things were created. All things have been created through him and for him. He is before all things, and in him all things hold together. Lord, we lift up to you this meeting, our mayor, city commission, and guests. Guide our city officials with your spirit as they discuss the agenda items and hear from the public. Let all that is said and done this afternoon bless our city. In Jesus' name, amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now it is 3:02 p.m. Mayor, would you like to make a motion to go into executive session?
Mayor, also move.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
For the record, we're going to read the executive session items. Executive session number 1, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.072, real property deliberation related to Project Marina. Executive session number 2, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney related to solid waste services and recycling. Executive session number 3, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project Expand. Executive session number 4, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney related to Project Release. Executive session number 5, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project West. Executive session number 6, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney related to project support. Executive session number 7, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project Picasso.
Okay.
Mayor, it is now 5:30. Would you like to reconvene to the regular meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The next item is possible action on any items as discussed in executive session. Action item number 1, consideration and action, if any, related to Project Marina.
I'll entertain a motion. for this item.
I believe on that one,
No
there
action.
was no action.
No action.
Action item number 2, consideration and action, if any, related to Project Expand.
Move to discuss as an executive order.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 3, consideration and action, if any, related to Project West.
Move as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 4, consideration and action, if any, related to Project Support.
On this one, we do need action.
We'll move as discussed in executive session.
Correct. Second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 5, consideration and action, if any, related to Project Picasso.
No action on this one.
No action.
Thank you. Mayor, Commission, we did receive a request if items for individual consideration number 1 and 2 may be moved up.
Council.
Counselor,
I'm sorry.
do we need a motion to suspend the orders to go to those items?
Correct.
Also move, Mayor.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Have the motion carried.
Items for individual consideration. Action item number 1, consideration and action to discuss and approve resolution number 2024-079, expressing official intent to reimburse with tax exempt obligation proceed costs associated with certain capital improvements, financial services.
Mayor and Commission, we have Dave Gordon here from our financial advisors to give you the results of our bid on our certificates of obligation today.
Thank you, Alan. Again, I'm Dave Gordon with Estrada Hinojosa. We're a financial advisor to the city. I'm also here with my partner, Isaiah Huerta, who's in the audience here, and your bond counsel, Jay Juarez. Yeah, 2 action items in front of you that are kind of somewhat related. The first one is related to a reimbursement resolution. It's quite common when you issue tax exempt bonds that you preserve the right to use some of your own funds first and then reimburse yourself from the proceeds of tax exempt obligations later. Back in June, you passed a reimbursement resolution related to this year's CIP, and the one that's on the agenda today is actually related to next year's CIP. So again, there's a possibility that you might actually spend money from your own funds on those projects, and then you're going to reimburse yourself approximately this time next year. So that's the first item. The second item, which is the more exciting one, is that you had a very successful sale today for the certificates of obligation that you authorized back in June for the projects that you have for this year's CIP. And I don't know if we have a presentation. How do we go into that? There we go. So again, as I mentioned.
Excuse me, I'm just going to read for the record action item number 2.
Okay.
Consideration and action on ordinance number 2024-1758, authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation series 2024, securing through payment thereof by authorizing the levy of annual ad valorem tax and pledge of certain surplus revenues of the city's municipal landfill system, and approving and authorizing all other instruments and procedures related to thereof.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, this was actually the more exciting action that you have on the agenda today. This is related to the certificates of obligation sale that you had for the projects you're doing for your CIP for 2024. Very successful sale, and we just kind of review the process, and I'll tell you the sale results. So again, as I mentioned, back in June, kind of the culmination of your discussion about your CIP, you authorized your staff to basically publish a notice of intent to issue the certificates. That then started the process of various documents and rating presentations and things of that nature that led up to this particular point. You did have your ratings affirmed, so you have a AA rating from S&P and then a AA3 from Moody's. Those are very strong investment grade ratings, so you should be proud of the fact that you had those affirmed again. And all the things that the city can do right, you guys are doing a great job at that, so you should be proud of that. So then today what we did was we actually had a sale that was called a competitive sale. It's a little different than the sales you've had previously where you pre-selected the underwriters and you've gone out and done a bond pricing. In this case, we posted the offering to a particular website that prospective bidders are used to seeing and went through that process. At the time, we estimated somewhat conservatively that you would be at a rate of about 4.5%. So you actually had 6 bids today. You can see there was a pretty tight spread between the 6 bids of about 11 basis points. The winning bidder was a company called R.W. Baird. And then you can see the other ones, BOK Financial, PNC, Capital, Jeffries, JP Morgan, and Raymond James. So if you approve the bond ordinance that's here in front of you today, basically we'd go through the process of, with your bond counsel, filing those documents with the Attorney General, and then ultimately we would close the sale on September 24th. So are there any questions related to the bond sale, the certificate sale?
Questions or comments from the commission? Congratulations, team, finance team. Well done.
Yes, such a great job, and we're looking forward to these much improvements. And I think this is where we start to move our city forward. So I really appreciate the information that you've given, and I appreciate our team who's very hardworking, and as well the mayor and Commissioner Gowen, who were very instrumental into having different suggestions. And so I'm glad we're here at this point.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to pass resolution number 2024-079.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2024-1758.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
We're going to continue with the next is proclamations. Recognizing Harmony School of Innovation, Brownsville.
If I can please have those representing Harmony come up to the front and receive this proclamation. A proclamation of the City Commission of Bronzeville, Texas, recognizing Harmony School of Innovation, Bronzeville. Whereas Harmony School of Innovation, Bronzeville, one of the 60 public charter schools within the Harmony Public School System, has been providing a high-quality science, technology, engineering, and math-focused education option for 6th through 12th grade students in the surrounding area since 2017. And whereas Harmony School of Innovation, Bronzeville's dedicated faculty, staff, scholars, and parents have been instrumental in building a culture of character education that is invaluable within our school community. And whereas Harmony School of Innovation, Bronzeville has put into place a comprehensive multi-year approach to character education that inspires their students to understand, care about, and consistently practice a set of core values that will enable them to flourish in school, in relationships, in the workplace, and as citizens. And whereas Harmony School of Innovation, Bronzeville is committed to demonstrating our core values, embedding our wildcat pride, positive, reflective, involved, determined, and empathetic through nurturing the minds and talents of our future leaders through the rigorous 11 principles in schoolofcharacter.org. And whereas Harmony School of Innovation, Bronzeville has achieved the distinguished honor of being named a National School of Character for their outstanding efforts in promoting cultures of character in their school and community. This recognition was awarded by Character.org, a national advocate and leader for character development in schools on May 23rd, 2024. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Bronzeville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter and said city, and on behalf of all of our citizens, do hereby recognize and honor Harmony School of Innovation, Bronzeville, for their achievements, done on this, the 20th day of August, 2024.
Well, thank you very much for this proclamation and recognition. We worked really hard over 3 years with this organization to bring character to our campus, making sure that we're educating our students academically, but also as a personal level, the character part. So thank you very much for this, and we're going to be continue working on this throughout the next years. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next proclamation recognizing Dr. Asim Samir.
Dr. Zamir. Dr. Zamir, come on up here, please.
Thank you, Doctor.
Proclamation. A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing the medical and community efforts of Dr. Azim Zamir. Whereas our community thrives thanks to the remarkable service of people who devote themselves to healing and caring for others, offering support and fostering positive change. And whereas Dr. Azim Zamir, MD, FAAP, graduated from Driscoll's Children's Hospital Residency Program in 1996 and is board certified by the American Board of Pediatrics. Dr. Zamir moved to Brownsville to serve initially only for a 2-year period to serve the medically underserved community. Dr. Zamir decided to settle in Brownsville after completion of his service and started his practice in January of 1999 with the dedication to continue to serve the medically underserved community. And whereas his vision for children's health led him to the establishment of the Children's Medical Center in Brownsville, which includes Brownsville's Children's Clinic, an in-house laboratory, X-ray department, vaccine department, child psychologist, pediatric dentist, pediatric rehabilitation center, pharmacy, as well as a state of Texas women, infant, and children's clinic, all under one roof. And whereas Dr. Zamir served in different capacities such as Chief of Staff and Chief of Pediatrics since 1999 at the Brownsville Medical Center, now Valley Baptist Medical Center, Brownsville, and Valley Regional Medical Center, Brownsville. He is currently serving as Chief of Pediatrics at Valley Baptist Medical Center, Brownsville, and was elected Chief of Staff at Valley Regional Medical Center, Brownsville, HCA Inc. And whereas Dr. Zamir has also received numerous awards and recognitions, including Child Advocate of the Year Award, Child Abuse Task Force for Cameron County, Monica's House and Maggie's House, BISD Outstanding Citizen and Partner Award, Humanitarian Achievement Award in 2008 by Down by the Border Association, Nino's Inc., Honorary Citizen Award, Citizen of the Year Award from a Tip of Texas Family Outreach, First Humanitarian Award, Hospital Corporation Gulf Coast Division, Best Pediatrician People's Choice Award from the Brownsville Herald, Hook for Life Kids Gone Fishing Citizens Award, Child Care Partner Award by Solomon Ortiz Elementary, Patients Advocate of the Year in 2006 by the Brownsville Community Health Center, and Citizen of the Year Award by the Valley Baptist Medical Center Foundation, where the Pediatric Step-Down Unit was named in his honor. And whereas Dr. Zamir has served in various boards, including the Brownsville Community Foundation and Hook for Life Kids Gone Fishing, his unflagging dedication has made him a source of inspiration for many, exemplifying high standards of medical service and community service. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city and on behalf of all of our citizens, do hereby honor and recognize Dr. Azim Zamir for his outstanding hard work and contributions as a medical doctor, his dedication to serving his community, and his tireless commitment to be a blessing to others. We encourage all Brownsville citizens to join us in this recognition and to be inspired by his outstanding achievements and dedication done on this 20th day of August 2024. Congratulations, Doctor. Congratulations.
Thank you, Brownsville.
Doctor, if you can approach the microphone, say some words.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. All of you are my friends, my brothers, my sisters. Very honored to be here, and thank you for recognizing my service. Thank you more to my friends and family who are here to come and join me and be with me in this honor, and most of all, the citizens of Brownsville. I'm very grateful to be here with you all. I can share my story with you in a very short term. I know you have a long meeting to run, but in the history, the invention is always because of the need. And that's how all these big things, radios, planes, and now computer system has born in our history and our era. So when I came to Brownsville in '96, it was a medically underserved area. I was the 12th pediatrician in Brownsville. And there were thousands of kids who have a hard time accessing to medical services. I just came here to do my community service, and Driscoll Children's Hospital was my heart, my soul, which is until today is, and wanted to go back and serve there where I had learned the true pediatrics. Not only pediatric practice, but the passion with the heart to serve the kids. But the need for this area where I spent my 2 years encouraged me to stay behind. So I spoke with Driscoll Children's Hospital, and they got me out of the contract, and I decided to stay. In 1999, I started my practice, and there comes the needs. I saw an incident in my office in Boca Chica, which was right next to your uncle's office. A mother with the 4 kids left my office, and right next door was a Walmart, and she thought she's gonna go there, drop the prescription, and go home. She has 2 weeks old in the car along with other 3 siblings. She stopped the car right by the Walmart and ran into to drop the prescription. There was a big line. It took her a few minutes to come out. By the time she comes out, the little baby, it was July, month of July, you can remember that and feel that. The baby passed out. And they called the ambulance, and they saw the prescription and called me. My office was next door. We ran over there. And thank God we revived the baby, and baby turned out very good. So that need was that I think we need a pediatric place, a complex, where all services provided under one roof. The mother, when they become pregnant, they need a counseling place where state provide a program called Women Infant Children's Program, pharmacy, dentist, pediatric rehab, psychologist, psychiatry, which has become a very important part of our practice, and of course, pediatrics and general pediatrics. I thought I should do something like that. We opened the practice, and we have grown within months. At that time, everybody said, what are you going to do? And with the help of Driscoll, I'm getting all my doctors come in, and my hospital nurses were helping me. We were lost, my manager sitting here. She took a 2 weeks vacation from Valley Baptist. She used to work. And she said, you cannot afford me, but let me work at the hospital. Now she's administrator. I don't know how much she makes, more than me, I guess. With all help of those help, we started looking for a place. So convention center came on sale, and there was a dream. First, we didn't know what to do with that place, and sure enough, within 6 months of planning, find out, oh, this is a small place. So that 28,000 square feet become a pediatric complex. We have pediatric rehab, pediatric psychologist, pediatric counselor, dentist, pharmacy, and women infant state clinic. That was my service to the community. I gave them 1,500 square feet with no charge for anything because they provide the service to our patient population. And since then, we have just grown and grown. And then, of course, my thoughts were, okay, this is not the end. This is general pediatrics I'm providing. I need to have some sort of specialist. Again, there was a kid who broke his elbow, and their local surgeons who were always helpful with the simple fracture cannot fix it. And so this kid's elbow was so badly deformed, you can see with the x-ray that he has a very bad accident. There are some nerves and arteries who can be damaged, and he can end up with paralyzed and lose his hand. Me taking him to the ER and finding out the transport to send him to Driscoll and Corpus. We couldn't find the ambulance those days. There were 2 ambulances in McAllen area. and they were taking the patients to MD Anderson and some place in Houston area. So I called my orthopedic surgeon, Roger Timberlake, and I said, Roger, I have this situation. He says, send over, we can take care of him. He was like John Denver, you know, he looks like John, he talks so sweet. Oh, Asim, send me the patient, I will take care of it. We find out we cannot find the ambulance. So I call him back, I'm running this dilemma. He said, get me my privileges in your hospital. I will come tomorrow morning. It was a Friday, we were looking for that. And I will operate on him and you take care of the post-op care. I thought he's kidding. I said, Roger, are you sure you're coming here in this area? You know that what this area used to be, Dr. Gaman? So he said, yes, we got him privileges. He came down, operated, and that in the Chinese restaurant with Dr. Lash, who used to be an orthopedic surgeon here. He said, I think I can come and help you. That's the Driscoll's first foot they put in Brownsville. So we gave them a place in Dr. Lash's office. And that's when Driscoll Children's Hospital brought subspecialty care. And that's the vision become more broader. Then we bring all the pediatric subspecialist care in Brownsville. And with Scott and family donating the land to Driscoll and rebuilding that complex over there that you see. And so the struggle was still continue and having the services and town growing. I thought we need a pediatric hospital. And of course, the valley is so big we are on the tip of Texas. We always fall behind somehow as compared to McAllen. But in this race, I was the winner. And at that time, Driscoll said, oh, we need to be in the middle where Harlingen, where McAllen people can come here. And Brownsville is right there, 20 minutes. So I come from one clinic open there in Harlingen. Then we tried to bring the hospital, and I tried to bring in a doctor's hospital. Didn't work out because of the administrations. But now the hospital is here. At Driscoll Children's Hospital, we open in this May, and we're hoping that it's gonna overblown, and we're bringing so much subspecialists. So now, when the medically underserved area is not becoming a medically served anymore, it's a medical necessity area now. So it has grown up. We need more doctors. Now we have a school, we're training these doctors, hopefully they can stay here. So my third part is almost complete, and I think after that, I will be retiring. So thank you for recognizing me, and I appreciate my citizens to recognize me.
Next item is public comment period. Public comment period, section 2-26, meetings and agendas. Public input during meetings, conduct. Conversations between or among audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. Attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. Cell phones. Attendees must refrain from the operation and use of cellular telephones, pagers, etc., or any mechanical devices that may disrupt city commission proceedings. Placards, banners, or signs are not to be permitted in the commission chambers or in any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts, which may represent sentiments as alluded to regarding placards, banners, and/or signs. Exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with presentations to the city commission are permitted. Only city commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If report, letter, etc. is to be presented to the commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. All comments shall be made to the mayor and city commission as a whole, and not to individual commission members. Mayor, Commission, we do have a total of 15 public comments that we received by 4 p.m.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to suspend the rules for the public comment period to allow for a greater number of speakers today.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. For the discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Okay, the first one is Michael Rios.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, City Commissioners, for your time today. My name is Michael Rios. I'm representing Media Choice. We are the applicants of 4 tabled billboard items. I'm here today to ask for consideration to recall these tabled items and for their approval. These 4 locations consist of 2 different landowners. Both are small business owners, taxpayers, and voters of Brownsville. The 4 applications were submitted with fees paid before the end of the pilot program that was approved for 6 months. As the applicants, we have fulfilled all requirements on behalf of the city. Media Choice is a new investor into the market, and the delay has happened has caused a loss of revenue both to the landowners and Media Choice. I have sent staff letters from each of these landowners to be attached to the binders for these applicants, as well as letters from a local small business owner seeking locations for Media Choice in Brownsville specifically. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, Liana Reinaga. This item is in regards to one of the public hearings, and they would like to hold it for that public hearing. The next we have is Mary Manel Bell. This individual just wanted to register their comment. Next is Christopher Basaldu.
I'm Dr. Christopher Basaldu. I'm a co-founder of the South Texas Environmental Justice Network, and I'm commenting on item number 7. I would like to ask the council to consider that raising a fare by 100% is going to put an undue burden on some of the most financially and economically vulnerable members of our community. I think that you should not consider it or vote no on such a drastic increase, as cost of living and taxes, cost of healthcare, cost of food are going up, cost of utilities going up so rapidly right now these days. I think it would be an undue burden on the most vulnerable of our society who rely on public transport to access their job, to go to the grocery store and access food, and to access their own health care when they can and when they need to. A lot of families only have one vehicle, so a strong and robust public transit system would be important. Ideally, it should be free. That way, if you increase accessibility for public transit, you can reduce the number of automobiles on the road, and that in general would be far better for the environment because you're putting fewer emissions into the air, fewer carbon emissions into the air. So expanding, making the bus system more reliable would be an excellent thing for our city to do, but making it less accessible would be wrong. Making it more expensive for people to use would also be wrong. So I ask this council to please consider not raising the rates for bus fares because people who can afford to have cars, they don't worry about the buses. It's people who may not have access to personal or vehicular transportation that rely upon the bus system. So please do not raise those fares. Thank you very much for listening. Free Palestine.
Next is Yolanda Spies.
Good afternoon. I've spoken to you in Spanish and in English. I've spoken before about the fear and anxiety that so many in our community experience when interacting with law enforcement. Facing down a police officer is like facing down the barrel of a gun. This fear is not just a fleeting moment, it's a reality that many of us live with day in and day out. We're told to trust those who wear the badge, but what happens when that trust gets shattered? When an officer acts outside the law, violates police protocol, or uses their own discretion in ways that harm us, that trust is destroyed, leaving us vulnerable. Not just to crime, but to those meant to protect us. For over a year, I've sought answers and justice navigating every channel available. Yes, I've been met with resistance, deflection, and at times outright dismissal. The avenues provided by the city to address these concerns have led me nowhere, making me question whether true accountability exists within our system and within the city. The residents of Brownsville deserve better. We deserve a police force that is well-trained, just, and responsive to the community's needs. When a police officer acts outside the bounds of the law or violates police protocol, it's not just an individual failure, it's a systemic one. And when that system protects its own at the community's expense, we all suffer. I'm not just speaking for myself, but for every resident who has felt fear when confronted by those meant to protect and serve them. I ask you to take this seriously, to not just hear my words. I want you to listen and act on them. We need a system where justice and peace are not distant hopes, but tangible realities. So I urge you to take the wheel. Guide us back to a place where trust between police and the community can be restored. Power to effect change does truly lie within all of you. Use it to protect, to serve, and do right by the citizens of Brownsville.
Thank you, Ms. Spies.
Next, we do have Martin Cuevas, who also will be holding the for public hearing. Next is Diablo Velez.
My name is Diablo Velez. I am a homeless. I live in the street. I sleep on the street. And when it rains, I get all wet. My belongings get all wet. And if it is hot, the mosquitoes bite me and got me all sick to my bones. And I am robbed, I am beat up by the crackheads at night. I don't have any education. I'm not as smart. That's why I'm a homeless. But I can smell. And when something stinks, I can smell. For example, corruption smell. It's bad. I have a paperclip, newspaper clip, talk about the Buena Vida housing project. I went there. I went over the fence, I looked at the houses, and I said, maybe there was a nuclear explosion and there is radiation in this house, or an epidemic, or a construction failure that make these houses be abandoned. But no, that's not what happened. According to the newspaper, the city of Brownsville Housing Authority received millions of dollars and decided to make a new project and force all the residents to the new project. But now it's happening again. Now, new authority here, an umbrella of the Brownsville Housing Authority, is receiving millions of dollars. And they have a company attached, a construction company. And that's when it smells bad. Because for me, this is a conflict of interest, a double dipping. Also, there is a nonprofit organization here that it works for women, and they already secured from the 150 units, they already secured 50 houses, 1/4 of the houses. And I wonder how in the hell that happened ahead of everybody. So that smelled bad. It smelled corruption. In front of let me tell you something. In front of the good neighbor, there is a dozen people sleeping over there outside. I sleep myself there. And when it rains, we all get wet. The mosquitoes bite us, make us all sick, and the crackheads come at night and rob us. I wanted to ask the commission to lobby in the name of the good neighbor to secure some houses. According to the newspaper, there is 82 units for the seniors. I am a senior. Like I told you before, I'm a chronic homeless. And when you are a chronic homeless, you develop mental disorders. I don't want to get in that position. Thank you very much.
Next is Gloria Thomas. Gloria Thomas.
Hi, my name is Gloria Thomas. I am a Brownsville resident, and I'm speaking for the organization Divest Invest RGV, and I'll be speaking on agenda item number 7. Divest Invest RGV is an organization that believes that we should invest in community and divest from extractive industries, punitive forces, and things that take away wealth from the people and support corporations things that are not for the community. And transportation is a vital resource for the community. The buses are not just the fabric of the community. Many of our low-income residents who can't afford a car, many of our disabled communities use the bus for medical services, for going to work, for their day-to-day lives. And increasing the fare 100% is unjust. It would be making medical care inaccessible. It would be creating a burden on our low-income people, on many of our families, many of our relatives, and the city should be supporting our community. The city budget only needs 1 million to close the gap to keep the bus fares at $1. And the city has invested in the police force. The city has invested in the Cameron County has provided a tax abatement for 2 LNG companies. And while many cities in Cameron County has advocated against, where's the city of Brownsville, right? And I would say that also, sorry, increasing the bus fares would create a burden on the community, and the budget can come from other places. In the public hearing, the resolution, there are 2 whereas lines. One of them talk about how there was 3 meetings, public meetings held, And I would say where those public meetings were those public meetings accessible, and how have you actually, how have you actually checked if they burden the community? You have to be transparent about that if you're going to pass this resolution.
Next that we received is Marlene Salazar, who will also be providing the public hearing, during the public hearing time. We have Citali Lopez, who would just like to register their comment. Next is Jason Moody.
Good afternoon, Mayor Cowan, City of Brownsville Commissioners, Administration, and audience members. I'm here to talk about hot funds.
Jason, your name for the record.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to get to that. My name is Jason Moody. I'm the President and CEO of RGV Media Group, a public relations and marketing firm located in Brownsville, Texas. I'm also a resident of Brownsville, Texas. I'm here today representing Marina's Promotions. Marina's Promotions will be hosting an upcoming boxing fight set for October the 5th. This highly anticipated event promises to draw a significant and large crowd, featuring some of the best fighters in the region and from the United Kingdom, offering a thrilling experience for boxing fans. As an applicant for hot funds, we were not preliminary allocated funding for several events throughout the year. The allocation of hot funds is a crucial element in supporting the economic vitality of our city, particularly in promoting tourism and events that draw visitors to our community. However, it is essential to strike a balanced approach in the distribution of funds between nonprofit organizations and for-profit entities. Nonprofits often provide cultural, historical, and community-focused events that enrich our city's identity and appeal, while for-profit organizations contribute by generating revenue and creating jobs through large-scale events and attractions. Both play vital roles in driving tourism, and equitable consideration must be given to ensure that funds are allocated in a manner that maximizes benefits for the entire community. With the significant increase in the budget request from the CVB from $700,000 to $1.2 million, it's imperative that the City Commission conducts a thorough review before approving such an allocation. While the CVB plays an essential role in promoting our city and attracting visitors, an increase of this magnitude raises questions about the specific plans and expected outcomes that justify the additional $500,000. The City Commission must ensure that the proposed budget is aligned with our community's priorities, and the CVB has a clear strategic plan in place to effectively utilize these funds to boost tourism, support local businesses, and generate a positive return on investment for our taxpayers. Thank you for your attention.
Next, Rebecca Castillo, who also holds for public hearing section, as well as Jane Padron, who will be holding for the public hearing section. Next is Karina Alegre.
Hello, my name is Karina Alegre, and my comment is for agenda item number 7. I am here as an individual, not representing any organizations but myself and the people of my neighborhood. I want to give this comment to oppose B Metro's proposed bus fare increase from $1 to $2, as well as any changes that may result of such decision. As someone who resides in El Naranjal, I rely on the free Route 30 bus for transportation. This route is essential for the people of my neighborhood, including many elderly residents. I fully believe that a fare increase would disproportionately burden my community. Route 30's limited service often necessitates transfers to other routes, requiring extended walks, particularly in our region's extreme hot and humid weather. Paying $2 to endure these conditions is unacceptable. I have firsthand experience of the challenges faced by bus riders. As a former college student myself, I have relied heavily on public transportation and understand the hardships involved. Implementing a fare increase would create more difficulties for many others in my community. I would also like to include that Ms. Sines, the wife of District Attorney Luis Sines, is also against this fare increase, which would affect the TSC college students as well who use the bus to get to ITech and to their homes. For this reason, I urge you to consider the severe impact this fare increase would have on Brownsville residents. Thank you.
Next, we received one who identified themselves as anonymous citizens. Next is work sessions. Update and discussion on hotel occupancy tax, HOT grant funding.
Good afternoon, Commission. I am Daphne Maldonado, and I'm the Director for the Brownsville Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Office of Space Commerce. Today, I will be presenting an update and leading a discussion on the hotel occupancy tax funds. The grant cycle for HOT funds began in May with an overview of the application process before it was made available. The application officially opened on June 28th, with an initial deadline set for July 16th. However, to ensure the applicants had ample time to complete their applications and reach out to our office for any needed clarifications, we extended the deadline to July the 26th. Once the application period closed, our eligibility committee, comprised of members from the city manager's office, finance, CVB, EPMO, and grants departments, met to review the submissions. This review process determined the recommended allocations, which are then presented to the City Commission today. After Commission approves the funding, the Convention and Visitors Bureau notifies the selected eligible organizations. This year, as in previous years, we held 2 workshops on June 19th, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, where we discussed state law, local policy, the 9 categories of eligible expenditures, and other important details. I want to take this opportunity to thank all the organizations that participated in these sessions. Their questions and engagement were invaluable in clearing up any uncertainties. As a precautionary measure, we also uploaded a recording of the workshop to the City of Brownsville's YouTube channel for everyone's reference. We also informed everyone that whether they received or did not get to receive HOT funds, we are a resource for any organization, any nonprofit, any business that is attracting tourism to the City of Brownsville, and they can always contact us. For organizations to be eligible for HOT funds, they must meet a 2-part test based on the Texas Tax Code Chapter 351 and the City of Brownsville HOT policy, which was adopted last year. The first criteria is that every expenditure must directly promote tourism and the convention and hotel industry. The second criteria is that every expenditure must clearly fit into one of the 9 categories of allowable expenditures for local HOT revenues. It is important to note that we are limited to allocating a maximum of 15% of the total HOT collected for the promotion of the arts and another 15% for historical restoration or preservation projects. This means that these 2 categories cannot exceed $293,100 each. This year, as in the past years, the amount requested exceeded the available funds. We received requests totaling over 3.2 million, while the available amount is 1.9 million. We are pleased to see that many of our previous HOT recipients have returned, along with a few new organizations. In the following 2 slides, you will find the Eligibility Committee's recommendations. I would like to address a misstep that arose in the initial draft of recommendations. Unfortunately, it was mistakenly included in the packet for the meeting August 6th even though it was not finalized and should not have been presented. While the presentation itself was removed, the packet remained. On behalf of the Eligibility Committee and the Brownsville Convention and Visitors Bureau, I sincerely apologize for any confusion this may have caused.
Alan Gar, Deputy City Manager and CFO. The Eligibility Committee went through a process. We made an initial draft and we shared the information, and that's on me, okay? That information shouldn't have been shared publicly. We had not reviewed it with the city manager. We have since gone through additional process and additional discussion and review, and we have a new list that we're presenting tonight. And it's different than what was in that packet. So we will be sharing these with the organizations that applied and who received what. Again, we apologize for any confusion that caused. We have met with each of the commissioners individually and presented this information, and we look forward to making these awards. Any questions with
Mr. Guard and Ms. Maldonado? Not a question, but I did want to thank you both and commend you both for accepting the responsibility. We're all human. Mistakes get made. We're no different. But I do absolutely appreciate you guys bringing that forth and accepting responsibility for that. I appreciate that the work was not completed when it went out. And I appreciate that last Monday when I went to meet with you guys, and I see the numbers today are exactly what I saw last week. That's more aligned with what I would expect annually from you guys. And so thank you, to the entire team that put these together, because I know that work was completed by last Monday. And I don't think, there was nothing that I said that was going to change that, because you guys did your due diligence. And to the citizens that reached out as well, expressing your support for the nonprofits and hot tax allocations that the city makes. Thank you to every citizen who reached out to us. We appreciate that.
As well, echoing the comments of Commissioner De Los Santos, I just wanted to thank you guys. I know this time of year is never easy, right? Because as you stated on there, 3.2 million were requested. And for as much as we want to give that request, it can't, because we just don't have the sufficient amount of funding for that. But at the end of the day, I really appreciate the efforts that you guys make for our nonprofits and our for-profit organizations that tailor and bring into tourism and hotel occupancy. And so I really appreciate you guys just, reporting out the numbers, being transparent, and owning up to any mistakes, because I think that takes responsibility. And I think it takes a great, genuine character to do that. So I really appreciate that. I just have 2 questions for you, Ms. Maldonado. I know this is something that's not really conveyed on here. Just the processing of how these funds are allocated. Can you just tell me a little bit about that? Is there like a committee? Obviously, what we receive is this, right? Like we receive this. This is already after the fact that your committee has already met. And so can I just have like a brief description as to how that process is?
Yes, ma'am. So the Eligibility Committee, like I mentioned, is comprised of the City Manager's Office, Finance, CVB, EPMO, and Grants Department. After all the applications come in, we literally sit down for a couple of hours and review each application line by line to see if what they are requesting is an eligible expense, because sometimes in their applications, they request a lot that is eligible, but then there are items that are not eligible. So we really need to go through those items and really pick them out. Once we do that, we need to make sure that we follow the policy and the Texas tax code, and that we don't exceed the 15% for promotion of the arts and for historic or preservation. We do have a scoring system. We do have the applications. We do have Placer AI. Unfortunately, with Placer AI, that is information that only gives us national numbers. So we are looking into getting new software next year that will give us international numbers, because we are a border city and we have a lot of international visitors that, come for all the festivals that we have, come and visit their family. And now with all the launches, we're getting people from all over the world. Also, another thing that we take into consideration, those organizations that have come back and have previously received hot funds, we look at all of their reporting and how they've been doing, and it really takes a village to be able to allocate these fundings. Of course, all these allocations, they're recommendations, we bring them to you. And Mr. Guard, do you have anything else that you would like to add?
No, it is again, it's a process. We have a scoring matrix. There's 5 different things that we look at. And of course, one of those is hotel occupancy, because that is the purpose of these funds, is to drive our hotel occupancy up. And so we did look for purpose in that. We do have regular reporting, and we want to work with all the organizations to make sure they're reporting on time and accurately. We do want to be a resource for them, as Daphne pointed out. We want to help them be successful. That's our goal. And so we look forward to this next year and partnering and making sure that we're using the funds properly and we're driving tourism to Brownsville.
Thank you for that. I just want to make sure I'm all about fairness and making sure that we follow the systems in place. And I know that next year will be a different challenge because we're introducing a new process, as you just stated. And so hopefully this will not, it will only help these organizations prove their point that they're highly visited and that they're highly supported by the community, those that live here and those that come to stay here as well. So thank you so much for that.
I would provide clarification that the increase that the CVB is requesting is for software equipment. So it's not, it's to be able to, what we found when we, in the evaluation process, is that we're not collecting all the data that we can be. Placer, that application only does local, but we're an international, binational community. And so part of that, it's like the question is, where's the gap to help our nonprofits also collect data, right? That's part of our role. And so the increase is to get that software that collects international and then help them collect and also be a resource. So I think that's very clear, because during the evaluation process, we also understand that we need to help them collect data from people from all over. And how do we do that? Through technology. And so rather than each individual nonprofit buying that software program, it doesn't make sense. We will purchase it, but we will make it available and help track the numbers hand in hand with our nonprofits and help them collect data through technology, versus it doesn't make sense for them to each, have their own apps. So let's try to work collaboratively.
And Commissioner Macias, I wanted to share with you, in previous years, I served on that committee. I didn't do that this year, but one of the things I've also seen, aside from looking at who's eligible and who's been compliant as they're reapplying, so one of the other things we've seen is some of the entities, when their funding isn't granted, it's not always because they're not eligible or not compliant or that they don't see it as qualified, but sometimes staff has also seen that, we can fund this from over here, or we can fund this from over here instead of doing it from the hot monies. So sometimes a zero on here, a lower amount, doesn't mean that we're not going to help the organization. It could be that we're still helping them in other ways.
And an example of that is actually Children's Museum gets funded another $30,000 from the city to pay for their utility bills. And that's not on here, but it could have been on here. We just take it off the other side. So not everything is on here. Another thing, I have a question for you on this is 2 years ago, I went to the meetings. And when you all had those meetings, you went down everything that was eligible. Still, we have people here who are applying for things that are not eligible. Are you reaching out to them and letting them understand why it's not eligible? And another thing I would like for you to do next year is, in your process, you should go visit them. I had a couple of people call me saying, hey, we should get a visit so they can see what we're doing, what we're trying to do, and you can get a little more feeling for it. So I think that would be, I know it was about 30 or 40, so 30 or 40 visits, but hopefully you can take them down in a couple of weeks.
Excellent point. And we try to attend as many events as possible and see what their attendance is like. We do try to maintain a lot of open communication with them, especially when they're struggling for any kind of reporting issue. Is this eligible? Is it not eligible? We do make those recommendations, but we will try to meet with them separately from the events, just individual meetings. Thank you.
And I also think that we should take advantage of Ms. Daniela Lopez, who works for the MIDI district now. And most of these are in the MIDI district. So let's try to help her understand it so she can help them understand it as well.
Agreed. Thank you.
So I want to thank you very much for your hard work. As I've said many times, to go from a process that was no process with no rules to what you have now is a joy for me personally to sit on this stand from this end. And as I told you personally the other day, I would highly encourage you to bring Scott Joslove again every couple of years, probably on a regular basis. He is the absolute guru in terms of hot tax funds, and he's a very good teacher. Many of the entities heard him speak the last time or time before, I can't recall. But I know every time I hear him speak, I learn something new. So I would very much encourage you to do a heads and beds and encourage him to visit for a couple of days.
I'll mention it right now when we go to Austin and meet at the TACVB conference. I'll invite him so he can come over.
I would also say that the city approved a museum consultant, and that person is going to be meeting with every nonprofit and museum, whether you're cultural arts museum, to kind of also help how do we promote and help them promote collaboratively, right? Not only with the MIDI Cultural District, but with everyone. And so that's part of her role. So Candace will be reaching out to many of our groups here in the audience to really just have one-on-one, like, let's just be honest and talk about it, what's working, what's not, and what can we all improve upon. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to confirm for the public that there were applicants that were likely eligible for funding, but they were not in compliance with their previous reporting, that was an issue. And I think that's something that needs to be underscored for the applicants and for people that receive hot funds, that we have to maintain, a very strict compliance program, right? So that's something that if they don't turn the reports on time, it affects their future funding.
Yes, Mayor, that is one of the components. I want to point out there were two organizations that have leftover funds from last year. So what we're recommending is that we would extend those contracts into the next year so they can use those funds. But compliance and proper reporting is helpful for everybody.
I just want to thank you guys, like everyone else did. I think it's a real tough job to do, right? For the people in the audience and those watching that don't understand where the hot tax comes from, it's hotel occupancy. So the more people, heads and beds that come to Brownsville to tour, the more hot tax is available. And so it's a tough job because there's a lot of these nonprofits that are doing great work that it's hard to quantify how many, and I think that the data that you're seeking for CVB is going to kind of help us find out the impact. I think it was important to hear the impact the Games of Texas had in Brownsville, right? $8 million of dollars came in through the area, right? And I think that in our region, and things like that are important to kind of say, how do we continue supporting nonprofits, but we also have to keep looking at how do we make Brownsville a more attractive place for people to come and occupy our hotels, shop here, eat here, and enjoy everything that Brownsville has to offer. So thank you guys for that hard work.
Daphne, and just a quick question, and this just for the record, were any commissioners a part of that committee?
No.
Okay, so this is all staff.
No.
So there's no way that one or two commissioners can have the influence of cutting funding of the hot tax funds?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
This eligibility committee, again, it is comprised from the city manager's office, finance, CVB, EPMO, and grants department. You all only get to see it here and in our one-on-ones, but it has nothing to do where one or another can decide where the funding goes. It has to be the entire commission.
Thank you so much. I look forward to next year and the software in place to see.
Absolutely.
But also not taking solely the in consideration, the hotel occupancy, but also the tourism that our nonprofits and for-profits already bring in. So let's not exclude those organizations just off of occupancy, but it's stated on here, as you mentioned, 3 times, you know, we need a maximum of 15% when it comes to the arts, an additional, did you say 20%?
It's 15 for arts. We have that maximum cap, and then 15 for historic and preservation projects.
Perfect. Okay, well, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Daphne, what is the percentage on those right now? You're at the max.
I would need to calculate. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll get it.
The only number that did change from when I saw it, because I guess it was a little before you all actually got the last numbers, was the Mr. Amigo Association from 19,830. It was closer to 45,000 the day we met.
No, sir. It was, can we go back?
There was an invoice that came in.
Yeah, I
and we
have
paid it
the
out.
paper where it says 45,000.
We had not had that invoice.
Yeah.
When we first produced this, then we got a new invoice in, so it reduced the amount available.
Yes.
Okay, and were they eligible or were they not eligible to get hot funds this year?
They are eligible, but only 35,000 of their request is an eligible expense.
Okay, so you are giving basically 20,000 of 35 because you're extending this so they don't have to give it back.
Correct.
Would they have to give it back if you don't extend it? Question is, would they have to give back the $20,000 if they wouldn't extend it?
Yes. If we don't extend it, they would have to return it.
So maximum you could have given them would be 16,000 this year from the 35,000 they asked for anyhow.
I have the understanding that when you're not compliant, you're not eligible to receive them the next year.
I'm sorry, I wasn't done yet. So they would only be eligible for 16 extra thousand, correct? Because they were only eligible for 35,000.
Correct. From their ask, only 35,000
Are
is
eligible
the only
expenses.
That's eligible, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And I mean, just to make it clear, I think Commissioner De Los Santos did say this. There is funds that they could go get from you all on a case to case, right? Including the boxing match that's coming in. They could go ask for different publicity, funds for certain things of their events.
Funds for publicity, we do all the publicity, but the other funding that we have is the CVB Advisory Board Fund. However, if you receive hot funds from the big pot, you cannot apply for the CVB Advisory Board Fund.
Okay, would that include the Mr. Amigo because they are being extended, or would that include them?
That would include them because they're receiving from the big.
So maybe, I think, Mr. Moody, who was here speaking about some boxing, they could technically go apply for that.
Yes, they could apply for it.
Thank you.
Mhm. And that's $15,000 that is available from the CVB Advisory Board. And that is a vote that goes, that is decided from the board.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Next item is city manager's update.
Thank you. Here we'll have, vector control update. Let's start with that. We understand we've had a lot of mosquitoes, and with the rains, we've had a lot of impact on our residents and neighborhoods. So we're just gonna go over what we did to help with that, resolve it.
Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, good evening.
Council, before you do that, to the nonprofits that are still in the room, guys, I think it's important that you guys stay until the vote happens. That's under public hearings, because in previous years, I've seen it where no questions are asked during the workshop and everybody leaves. And then when the item comes up for a vote, there's 20 questions and nobody left in the room to answer them. Thank you, Council.
Yeah. 'Cause
Thank you. 'Cause 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 'cause
Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. Tonight I have with us our medical entomologist, Ms. Yaziri Gonzalez, and she'll be giving a city manager's update on our latest activities. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me? Yes? Okay, great. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the work that we do here at the City of Brownsville. And I wanted to start off first with species diversity. We have 45 species of mosquitoes in the City of Brownsville. So we have here a chart. I put this chart on here so I could show you the different types of larval habitats we have that they breed in, the different biting times they have, and also their flight range. It's very important for us to consider when we're doing vector control, right? Not every mosquito species is the same. And so we did have a difficult time, this past rain, suppressing the mosquito populations. How mosquitoes work is a first round of mosquitoes are floodwater mosquitoes. Those don't transmit any disease. And then we start seeing mosquito species that could potentially spread disease. We don't have any cases right now, so we're all good. So some of our proposed solutions is in-house networking. We worked so well with, parks and EPW and mowing down that grass because that really does help reduce the number of mosquitoes. And I think maybe just having an in-house network where we can visualize our workflows where we're like, okay, we've cut this area, we can go in and treat it, right? And then also another proposed idea is other cities in the valley do have this. It's a community shed in which residents can go and, rent out a lawnmower, a weed eater, clippers to trim down their trees. Because some of the problems that we see with residents is not because they don't want to cut their grass, it's accessibility to the tools to actually do it, right? So instead of us going there and be like, all right, you need to cut your grass, we want to help them and empower them to actually be able to do it. So I think a community shed is a great initiative to show our citizens that we're here for them and we're not here to put them down. And then lastly, continued support. Let me just tell you guys, I am so thankful for everyone who supported us during these past 3 weeks. It was rough. And I was telling Dr. Rodriguez that driving in this morning, there was a billboard and it was giving out information to the citizens that fumigation was in process and had happened. And for me, that is so, I'm getting chills just thinking about it because we really want that, transparency with our citizens and, letting them know we're actually out there. Sometimes you may not see us because at the times we're spraying, but we care about you and we're out there. And so some of our action plans that you might have seen on Facebook, right now it's currently on our vector control page at brownsvilletx.gov, is our interactive GIS map. And with the help of Mr. Evaristo from planning, he's a GIS manager, and of course our community health worker, Mr. Alexis, we were able to compose this map, and it shows as our progress throughout the days of spraying. So this was in plan, but it got sped up because, the urgency was there. So this was going to be released in October hand in hand with a community notification app. That is still happening. So our new, community notification app, the citizens will now be able to download an app. We have 35 zones. They will select any zone that they want to. Like if their mom lives in zone 1, they can select that. And if they live in zone 5, they can select both and they will receive notifications if we are going to spray that area and during what time. So it leads a lot of, it makes us more transparent, more accessible to the community. And also it leaves the option to leave a mosquito request or let them put in a request for an inspection. And so, of course, going back to the GIS collaborations, we did have to speed it up, right? Faster than we wanted to, but I think we had some great results. And then lastly, some of our equipment is coming to the end of life. Now, this is not me asking for funds, but this is me just explaining that we're phasing out some of our older equipment and putting newer ones, just so we can keep, them from rusting, because it's very hot and humid here, and they do take a beating. So we're just gonna phase them out as the years progress. And so I just wanted to do a quick Mythbusters. So this video here is from Rio del Sol. This was taken back in July. So I just wanted to answer a few questions that I get on the daily basis is why can't I hear the spray truck, right? Well, sometimes we spray between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. And during those times, you're either taking a really good sleep, like I'm very jealous, or you are getting ready for the day, you don't hear us, but we are out there. Sometimes we do it in the evenings, 6 p.m., you're getting ready for dinner, you're watching TV, or you're getting showering, you don't really hear us. So it's not that you can't hear us, that means we weren't there, we are, but there's a lot of factors. What is appropriate speed for trucks to spray? Contrary to popular belief, we don't spray at 35 miles per hour. All of our trucks are said to spray between 5 and 15 miles an hour. They're all preset. I ask my officers to go at 10 because that's a good medium. That way we don't slow down too much and we can cover more city. And then lastly, not lastly, but does the city treat private properties? We do not treat private properties. We only treat on public roads. And then lastly, I know some of you guys see where we put, we're delaying the spraying, and it's mostly due to weather, right? Whether we have, we're getting drizzling, we are having high winds, those really impact the efficacy of the treatment, right? We don't want to be spraying when there's 15-mile-per-hour winds, we're not hitting the target. And I don't know if I'm able to replay this video, but that video just shows when we sprayed at the perfect, miles per hour wind speeds, it was slowly dissipating into the residents' homes. So that's just there's a lot of science behind what happens here. So it's not just we want to spray, we're going to decide to spray this morning. We do a lot of surveillance. We have 54 traps set throughout the city, and every zone, which there's 35, has a designated site. So everything is science-based for vector control. And that is all I have for everyone.
I have one question for you.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, it's gotten so much better, right, in the last month or so. What was the dates? Is it 45 days from eggs, from hatching?
Okay, so you're asking
Like, are we set for another one, basically, is the question.
So it's species-based. We do larviciding calendar-wise, right? Every 30 days, our larvicide, we do that. Now, for adulticide, that is technically our last resort, just because we do live in a world of resistance, and resistance is a scary issue when we're talking about pest control. We have 2 modes of action that are currently approved for mosquitoes, and we do not want to, completely eliminate the possibility of us using it. So to answer your question, we don't have mosquito spraying sessions like every single month for sure. It's based on the population size. It's based on citizen requests. When citizens request, we go set up a trap and then see what kind of species we have. Sometimes it's nuisance species. And if it's nuisance species, we tend to, work with the citizen to reduce them as opposed to spraying.
Thank you.
I think it's fantastic that the city has an entomologist. I may not know how to spell entomologist, but I'm so pleased that you're here, and it's very impressive to hear you speak about, we go trap and see which species are present, whereas years ago that was not possible. So thank you for your work. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for having her in your department.
Yeah, I would reiterate and congratulate the department. Thank you all for your work. For a couple of days, at least for me, myself, there were so many calls from citizens, requesting it. And, with all the right to. I just want to point out the new software that we have. I think it's imperative that we have this, because one of the cool things that I got explained was when they go out and they do their routes, it allows for us not to do duplication. And it also helps us make the most of our resources. So we did this road on this neighborhood. Guess what? The next round, we'll go down this road. Beforehand, it was my understanding these were put in manually. And so by the time we had to wait for the truck to come back to the station, input that data, it's a hassle and it takes time, and time we didn't have at that point. So for you all to take that initiative, I commend you all. Thank you. Thank you for listening to the residents and working with us.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone.
I think this was a great presentation. I know I think this season was probably the worst I've ever seen on the mosquitoes. So I appreciate the communication and marketing department also working together to show the public what we're doing, because I think that was really impactful. There's a lot of people, I would get calls, they didn't believe that the city was doing this. And so I think showing the videos, showing what you're doing it really helps.
And then also, for those of you who have Facebook or Instagram, they have their own Facebook and Instagram page that you can follow. And this was one of the first posts that they put on there. Just to let you know on my comments, I love the video that you guys put on social media. I think these mosquitoes were definitely evolving. Something's going on because they were bigger and they were not going away. Usually they're like in season and then it sprays and then they were in. But yes, I really appreciate the video. I appreciate you guys going online. I apologize. I know we get a lot of calls from constituents about this and we bug you guys, right? We bug you. Did you see that? But nonetheless, it's important for us to always answer. And a lot of the times constituents do not know where to access or who to talk to. And so like their line of contact is us. And so whatever information that you guys receive or anything educational, like the Instagram page, I found accidentally. But please keep us informed, let us know, and we trickle down the information and that educational standpoint to them. The app is gonna help out a lot, so they can visually see what has been sprayed and what hasn't, and it helps us out as well to educate. So thank you for that.
I'd also say that we approved $30,000 worth of additional chemicals that we had to emergency purchase. And we're like, it's an emergency, right? So we just kind of fast tracked it. So it was a couple of, but we've also learned our lesson, how can we be more open, transparent with mapping and also, buy more chemicals, right? Have more on hand. We just hadn't experienced this type of impact so quickly, but we'll be ready. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you very much.
Next, BTX fiber updates.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. So today, good. All right, so today I'm here, very excited to present the pricing of lit fiber. But before we get there, I'd like to really talk about, the survey that was conducted back in 2019 and how many, it was about 1,500 households. And out of those 1,500 households, 66% of them did not have internet connectivity of any type. 23% of those households could not afford the internet connection. That's internet to the home, fiber, DSL or a coax cable, and they were not able to afford a cell phone as well. So with that, we've been working with the lit community, so lit fiber, to find the right price for the citizens. And we've been working on it for, the past 2 years. And as we can see here on the screen, we have great prices starting at $14.99, and it is for all those families that are receiving, reduced lunches at school, or they receiving any type of supplemental help from the government, and also for citizens who are 65 years or older. So that is a really good plan. Lit communities actually came up with that plan. We requested it, they worked internally, and they were able to give that plan. Remember, there was a plan before called the ACP, or Affordable Connectivity Program, that went away. So
that was a federal program. So there was a federal discount program that the federal government did not continue. And so what did we do with our partner?
So working with LID, we came back and said, look, this program is no longer available. What can we do? Obviously, they have to run their equipment. They got to pay their people. But they came back and said, look, Jorge, we can do this for those in the city who cannot afford or just can, get an affordable internet connectivity. So $14.99 starting, and then it goes up in price. But as you can see, the prices are a lot cheaper than what we are getting right now from the local ISPs. So really, I would like to request the audience to, spread the word on this excellent program. And, let's get everybody, all the citizens in Brownsville connected.
I have a question. What does it mean, premium Wi-Fi?
So on the premium Wi-Fi is mainly you able when you get a service at home, they install the fiber and then they connect you a router. So on that router, you can actually connect your laptop directly to the router. Now, the premium Wi-Fi is that you get an additional device in there that gets connected to that router, and then it can actually broadcast the Wi-Fi so that you can get all your areas in your home connected.
And let me expand on that also for you, Rose. Only because I think with premium Wi-Fi, the difference would be even the people at the lower tier can get Wi-Fi in their home, but it's not included at that price. These people will get it included in this price that's shown here. Correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I had one more question. Someone asked me, well, what if I want to watch HBO? Well, obviously I want to make sure I told them correctly. This is for internet. It is not HBO. If they want a movie channel, then they have to get it either from a cable provider or something of that sort. Am I right?
Correct. And I think LID does have a contract with DirecTV, so they can get a package with it as well.
Very nice.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the purposes of our people here, how many houses in Brownsville do not have internet connection? Like percentage of
If
Brownsville
we do the
residents?
math,
Or just Brownsville residents?
well, 1,500 households responded to that survey, right? We have about 60,000 households, I think, more or less. So if we actually say 23% of that does not have access to internet, they cannot afford it, and 66% of them don't have access. So it's a big number of households in the area.
Well, I mean, and I believe it's probably higher than that. 2/3 of the sample surveys, 2/3 of houses in Brownsville do not have internet access, right? And so I just want to commend the city and Lit Fiber and BTX. I mean, I think this is going to be something where we have kids that come home from school and we're not able to connect to do homework, that they can do homework, right? That they don't have to go walk on a trail and get close to a Wi-Fi source to be able to do homework. They're going to be able to do homework. And so this is phenomenal. I think I'm looking forward to as we get outside the downtown ring, but it's something very exciting for us to see as a city. So thank you for all the work.
Thank you.
And I would say that the money that the city put in, it was federal funding, and it was American Rescue Plan money in the amount of 14.9. So it wasn't general fund money, it was federal grant money. We just felt that we needed to deploy it here, right, in broadband. In 2014 and 2017, we were the least connected city in the United States, along with Laredo and Detroit. And so I think that's important to remember where we were. And then if you sign up with the QR code, we started with our first customer a week and a half ago, but as your neighbor, you can sign up and then get notices when your neighborhood gets set up. And they also opened an office here on Levy in downtown. So it's at 744 East Levy Street, Suite B. Hablan español, so that's very important to help, our seniors and help it. We're also going to expend $250,000 in having staff knock on doors, because it's hard here we are, right, in social media, and we're seeing this advertising, right? But there's some people, we know the areas that are not served. So we're gonna do what they call it as boots on the ground, knocking on doors and saying, this is available to you. This is how you can get the discount rate. We really have to do that, because those people, our residents aren't connected in certain neighborhoods. So how will they know if they're not connected? We're also looking at giving away some free devices for our really, really low income citizens to have some of those a free device, right? Not everyone, but those that really need it. So just so you know, for $14.99, it's 300 megabytes. It's symmetrical up and down but then if you want to get to 1 gigabyte, then it's the $69.99. So there's something for all, and I think for us, it's just giving options. And just know that this fiber, it's thousands of permits that we've had to pull to get it, and it's underground. So we have a storm, we're in storm area, that it's reliable, right? And then that Jorge worked for the Department of Defense. So cybersecurity and the level of, we deserve the best, right? So we're getting it with a high level of security to protect our residents as well. So we hope that, you know, we already have people saying, when is it going to come to my neighborhood? So just be on alert, tell your friends, right? And then just say, hey, it's just an option. If it works for you, great. If it doesn't, that's okay. We have other providers. Thank you.
And Helen, thank you for mentioning speeds. That's the last thing I was going to bring up. Because for those that don't watch the meeting live, this is a great slide, but it doesn't tell you the speeds for any of those prices. And having come from the industry, we've got some of the most competitive prices that I've seen out there. And I want to be able to tell people that. So whenever we have anything showing the prices, I highly encourage we show the speed tiers on there as well.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next are consent agenda items.
I'll move to approve.
Well, I believe there's one item that wants to be taken out.
Yeah, I'd like to pull number 11.
I'll move to approve 1 through 10 and 12 through 15.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Number 11, for the record, approval on second and final reading on ordinance number 235-2024-022 to rezone from residential single-family R1, residential transition R3, and commercial corridor CC to residential transition R3 to allow a townhome development for 49.829 acres, being all out of lots 15, 16, and 17, and out of lots 12, 13, and 14, Las Lagunas subdivision, reserve areas A and B, 0.285 acre out of Plaza Boulevard, and Lot 1, Block 1, North Paredes Business Plaza, Cameron County, Texas, located at Dr. Hugh Emerson Road, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, District 3 Planning and Redevelopment Department.
So Martin, well, I pulled this because I did receive as commissioner, some opposition. I know that some of the families, I know you didn't. And I think that I just wanted to pull it out and possibly table that, because we do have some families that live in that area that were out of the country. And when they came back to find out that this was passed through the first reading, they were unaware of the mail-in, well, they were out of the country, they couldn't mail in opposition for this. So I just wanted the commission to know that I just think it's a valid point just for the developer and those entities to possibly just meet and see what the opposition is before we vote on the second reading.
Do we know what the concern is? Because as I recall, this development has one road in and one road out of it, so nobody in the surrounding business complex, nobody in the surrounding neighborhood would be affected by traffic or anything there.
I think their concerns of traffic, their concern is of traffic, their concern is of the new McDonald's that's going in the corner on top of that, on top of this subdivision that's going to be in that area, the green space that's going to be affected and taken down from their residential 1 areas, and the fact that, you know, probably their property value, they were anticipating residential 1 to be in that area and not seeing and having residential 3.
And so just for clarification, there's no like opposition, it's just wanting to have a sit down?
I think their concern as I mean, you come back from out of the country, right? And you see that this is going to happen. They're like, whoa, can we write in our opposition, and can we just, you know, talk to what are the plans? Like, how is this going to affect where I live?
Just have a middle ground.
Yes. So I move to table.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to table. Any further discussion?
Could we table to a date and time certain? Like
That it's September 17th.
17th.
Do you know?
I think that they would want to get at, if we can get the I mean, I don't know the process of how long that.
Does that
would take
affect
to
the
get them
developer?
together. Excuse me?
You know, you can also move to table to September 3rd. If by September 3rd, they haven't had sufficient time to meet, then we can table it again.
Correct.
That motion.
September 3rd.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next is public hearings. Mayor and Commission, we do have a couple that require roll call votes, and there is a request to conduct them in randomized order. I do have a listing if we can proceed that way.
Sure.
Thank you. The first one, public hearing, an action on first reading on ordinance number 2024-1754 of the City of Brownsville, Texas, to adopt the fiscal year 2025 annual budget, Financial Services Department. Roll call vote required.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Miguel Cavazos, the Budget Officer for the city. I'll be presenting the fiscal year 25 proposed budget. I'd like to mention we did attach a financial package for your review. This is an overview of what we'll be going over. We'll be going over the fiscal year 25 budget highlights, the fiscal year 25 general fund balanced budget, the fiscal year 25 CIP, which is the capital improvement program, the convention and tourism fund, and some key dates. Our first budget work session was on July 16. We went ahead and discussed the fiscal year 24 budget recap. We also went over the end of year projections. We discussed the fiscal year 25 guidelines and budget theme. We also discussed the surplus funding. We went over the capital improvement plan, as well as the capital outlay program. The fiscal year 25 proposed budget was filed with City Secretary on July 30th. On August 6th, we went ahead and had the second budget work session. We went over the 5-year forecast policy update. We discussed the compensation phase 3, and we went over the fiscal year 25 proposed budget. On August 20th, which is today, is the public hearing for approval, and these are the items I'm discussing as we speak. These are our fiscal year 25 proposed general fund revenues. As you can see, our main revenue sources comes from property tax and sales tax. Since our property tax increased is based on our Senate Bill 2, which is our 3.5%, we're allowed to increase. And our sales tax, as you can see, is an increase of 20%, which we were able to do so as we updated the 5-year forecast policy. Pretty much states we're able to fund up to 37% of sales tax compared to total revenues. On our fees and services, we went ahead and budgeted 50% higher, and this is in fact regarding the ambulance collection fees. Our EMS department went ahead and implemented a new software which has helped streamline the process. And you can see as well as the interest income, which is market-based, depending on the market, and we show a 25% increase. Overall, we have a $12.1 million increase in revenues. These are our fiscal year 25 proposed general fund expenses. Based on the compensation package, you see a 6% increase in personnel. We have also funded the replacement plan, which is part of the internal service. That's why you'll see an increase in internal service by 58%. We have also funded increase our transfer outs to fund other enterprise funds. Again, it's 12.1 million, which is an increase, which equals our general fund revenues. I'd like to make a comment. This slide was not incorporated, but we would like to discuss it with you all. We have a fiscal year 25 proposed new positions.
I'm going to go over some of the positions. The first one, Safety Management Systems Coordinator for the airport. That came out of the need from an audit that was provided by the FAA and the need to have that function. Also from our emergency management, we have an Office of Emergency Management Homeland Security with the Director Ode Leal. We do need an emergency manager planner that helps with, we have migrant influx. We also have hurricane and natural disasters, and that department is sorely underfunded. We have a senior planner position that we need for long-range planning. As that department grows, it's also a revenue generating department with permitting, We also are going to embark on our first comprehensive plan that we haven't done. So that senior planner position is necessary to be able to help implement the comprehensive plan, which we haven't updated in many years. Code enforcement's always been something that we've struggled with. We have hired a code enforcement, zoning enforcement officer, and one of the first cases was a millwright, right? And so we really need to start expanding that. We do get a lot of concerns regard from garage sales to, zoning to signage, many different complaints that come in, and we only have very few zoning code enforcement managers in the city. The cannery, as you know, it'll be a new public facility that we have. It's a new building with a permanent farmer's market. The cannery manager is not only for the cannery, but it's also linear park in that whole area. It's really meant to make sure that we're maintaining and we're growing and we're utilizing that public structure that was funded by multiple foundations as well. So it wasn't not only city funding, there's ED funding in there. Downtown assistant is really, we have a lot of activities downtown. We have one downtown manager, Alan Garces. He does a great job, but we need to continue to now that we're taking back markets, we're transitioning Market Square. There's a lot of, with BHA, we do really need to, we're handling many of our own events and also supporting events that are downtown. The purchasing director, that's been one of our, I would say, pain points in the organization in terms of needing to really purchasing. We need to give more support to that department. It was historically its own department. So we're kind of going back to that organizational chart where you have finance and you also have purchasing so that we're more efficient in the way we procure. The marketing coordinator, it was partially grant funded, but the grant's running now and we're securing that. So we're partially grant funding. We're only paying for that other part that's not funded by a grant. And then a medical entomologist, that's really important for our public health department, pest control, and also an admin tech, which is at the city secretary's office. They handle vital statistics, which birth certificates, everything. And so they had a part-time employee, but we're saying it's more efficient to be a full-time employee versus a part-time, because with part-time, it's a lot of turnover. And also finally, the benefit compensation coordinator, doesn't come out of a general fund. We have an employee benefit fund. So it's funded on that because we have one person that handles a lot of risk and benefit, and that's Ivan. And he does a great job, but he really needs some bandwidth there. So I kind of wanted to just give you, there's been a lot of thought of that need. There's always a lot more personnel needs than we have. So I just really wanted to explain the why behind this. And it's not that many positions, but they're real critical positions that we need in the organization.
Well, thank you for that further explanation, not only to us, but to the public, right? They have the right to know and explain as to this. But, as it's part of growing pains, everything that goes up. And then as our city grows, we also need more personnel to tailor to that. And it definitely becomes a need. And we have a responsibility to feed and to supply that demand. So thank you.
With that being said, we present the fiscal year 25 general fund proposed budget, total revenues at 133.2 million, and the total expenses of 133.2 million, which is a balanced budget.
As you can see, public safety is an important part of our budget, and I think that's important, right? With the 52.2% of our budget going to public safety, and that's typical around the United States. That's not something uncommon.
So yes, our property tax pretty much funds 29.5 of our general fund revenues. Our sales tax, even with the policy update, we're at 32% of total revenues. Our bridge transfers at 2.3%. Our landfill transfers at 3.7%. Our PUB transfers at 7.4%. I'd like to make a note that our Brownsville Public Utility Board transfer assists with funding public/life safety operations, which finance defines as police, fire, and building inspections. As you can see on the expense side, like Ms. Ramirez mentioned, public safety is at 52.2% of our general fund expenses, followed by general government at 24.1%, Culture and Recreation, 8.6, Public Works at 7.7, transfers to other funds at 5%, and our public health at 2.5%. Overall, our fiscal year 25 expenses, salary benefits are at 67.2%, and all other expenses are at 32.8%. These are our fiscal year 25 general fund transfers. Like previously mentioned, we get a PUB transfer of 9.9 million, a landfill transfer of 9.3, a bridge fund transfer for 3.1, which equals a total of 22.3 million. And these are our transfer outs. Airport for 1.4 million, public transfer for 1.8 million, sports park for 169,184, golf center for 585,051, the event center for 590,257. Our tiers fund gets 380,000 transfer from general fund. Our street and drainage maintenance fund will be receiving $1 million transfer, and our motor vehicle parking system fund receives a 331,520. These are our fiscal year 25 enterprise proposed budget. We have an increase of 14% in our airport. Our bridge fund is doing fairly well. We have a 30% increase on revenues. For public transit, I'd like to make a comment that this is based on the proposed fees. And for sports park, we do receive an operating transfer from BCIC. These are the enterprise proposed budget expenses. We have an increase of 6% on our landfill fund, which is offset by the revenues received by them. These are our fiscal year 25 special revenue funds. Revenues for convention and tourism are at 1.9 million, and our expenses are at 1.9 million. I'll go more into detail in the next couple slides. The street and drainage maintenance fund is at 3.9 million, and our expenses at 6.7. I'd like to mention that our street and drainage fund has a fund balance, so to offset those expenses will be coming from the kind of like a fund balance book. So overall, the general fund is balanced with a tax rate of 0.603504, which is a 0.7% reduction from last year, which is the fourth consecutive reduction on the tax rate. So on the tax rate, there's two parts. There's no new revenue, which generates the same amount of revenue of properties tax in both years. And then the second is the voter approval tax rate. So which that means is when you take, you increase your property tax assessed valuation and get the highest level you can get it to without without generating a voter approval election. And even by doing that, we went ahead and dropped the tax rate by 0.7%. So legally by law, since the revenues are increasing, we have to state that our tax rate is increasing, but in reality, the tax rate is going down by 0.7%. So our general fund operating budget is, like mentioned previously, is 133 million. All funds combined operating budget is at 191 million. Our 6-year CIP is at 371.9 million. And our fiscal year 2025 capital improvement budget is at 95.1 million. So you guys already seen this slide. Pretty much is a list of the fiscal year 25 capital improvement budget, which is the items in blue are CO funded, which is debt issuance, which is a total of 57 million. And the items in gray are grant funded, which totals to 38.1 million, equaling 95.1 million total.
I think what's important to know that if you go back to that slide is, almost half of our capital improvement budget is through grants, right? And I think I'd like to commend our grants department and our departments because they're very active in seeing what grants are out there and they actively pursue them. So I've worked in different cities, but to see that much in grant funding as part of your budget is probably unheard of. And so they're just like a machine that work collaboratively with our department directors to really maximize the amount of capital improvements with 20% matches that we provide. Thank you.
So for Brownsville Public Safety, we have the Public Safety and Emergency Operations Civic Complex, which is a total of 6.7 million of the first phase. 6.4 million would be debt and 250,000 would be coming from a grant. For fire, we have ladder truck, ambulances, fire pumper, and fire engine replacement. For airport, we have the ARFF rehabilitation, which is 150,000 debt issuance and 1.4 million grant funded. We also have the reconstruction runway for 1836 reconstruction grant funded, which is total of 14.5 million. Now for street and drainage, we includes the complete street reconstruction for Coffee Road from FM 802 to Old Port Isabel Road, Old Alice from US 77 frontage to FM 802, 14th Street from SS 4 to Southmost Road. We also have a traffic signal control cabinets, timing devices, hydraulic and water operation modeling, and the Impala pump stations. Now for trails and buses, we have a total of 2.6 million of debt being issued out for trails and 4.3 million of grants, which consists of the West Road Trail of B&M Bridge, 1.4 million, the West Road Trail amenities for 341,000, Morrison Montebello Trail for 43,000, Southmost Phase for 3 and 4 for 771,000, and Sports Parks West Road Trail for 1.7 million. We have a hybrid electric buses for 2.6 million. On this one, 2.6 is from debt issuance and 10.1 million coming from grants. For facility maintenance, we have a total of 10.1 million going to City Hall renovation projects, consists of architect engineering fees and new chillers with piping roofing. We have Bark renovation project for 500,000, which includes hiring architect, engineer, and beginning design works.
And Bark is our animal shelter for those who do not know what that acronym stands for. Thank you.
And replace of generators, 480,000. We'll be replacing 4 generators. So on the Convention and Tourism Fund, our revenues are from hotel motel taxes, which is 1.94 million, and our interests are at 11,000. For expenses, we have 1.95 million total expenses. As we provided those financial statements for you, they're under an account contingency, and we will be allocating the operating and organizations as proposed in the work session. These are some key dates in the budget process. We're at the public hearing, August 20th. The next step would be the second hearing for the budget on September 3rd, followed by the beginning of the fiscal year, October 1st. Any questions?
So my first question is in regards to BPUB. I see on here that it is 9.9 million. Is that like a standard flat rate, or is that a percentage that is allocated?
So that's a transfer we get from PUB. Pretty much as we base the budget on, I believe we get a transfer of 1% from them, which then they take out the utilities and equals a transfer of 9.9 million.
The transfer, Commissioner, is 10% of their gross revenues at PUB is what is the fund transfer to the city minus consumption.
Give you an idea, when I first took office, the transfer was 2.5 million.
Perfect, thank you. And then just the last question I see on here, when it comes down, I love seeing the Brownsville Public Safety and how we're going with that. I know that during our campaigns, one of the biggest things that they advocated for was for an emergency civic complex that can house, as the city has grown so much, they want to expand and have that demand. And so that requires their facilities. So to see that, you guys have put that as a priority. Public safety is a priority, and I really appreciate that.
Given that our EOC right now is the converted conference room of the library, of the central library, I mean, that is probably one of the most critical pieces of building that we need to solve for, and which we're all doing, and we have the capacity to do. I think that's the good thing, that we'll be able to do that.
And then, I'm sorry, but I seem to be confused on this one in regards to the airport. I know the airport went out for a grant to expand the runway. Now, is that grant going to help supply for this reconstruction runway? Because I know that grant is like, I don't know if I can say the number, can I?
Stephen Muse from Financial Services Department. Yeah, it's a 90-10 match, so 90% of the total cost will be from federal funds and 10% will be from local match from CO funds. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so on the reconstruction grant funded, 14.5 million, that is from federal?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then my last comment is just on roads. So just to make sure, before we get all excited here, there's going to be a reconstruction of Coffee Port Road from FM 802 to Old Port Isabel Road?
This is the initial design or finalizing of the design for Coffee Port Road on this budget.
Okay, so it's just finalizing the design.
Correct.
So this is not reconstruction?
Not yet.
Okay, do you see or foresee that a possible reconstruction of that area?
It will likely be next year's budget.
Next year's budget?
If you remember from our CIP presentation back in May, we'll be doing 3 major roads over the next 3 years, and we'll be selling about $10 million worth of bond or COs each of the next 3 years. So 14th Street is going to be first, and then the one after that is
Old Alice.
Old Alice, and then the one after that will be Coffee Port. But they're almost going to be done in parallel in terms of getting them designed and then starting on them.
And what year do you predict that it would be feasible to get Coffee Port Road done?
The projection is to start fiscal year of 2025, next budget year. And the construction of Coffee Port would be from FM 802 to Old Port Isabel Road. And Coffee Port is first, then Old Alice. Old Alice would be slated around March of 2026.
Okay, and then, so this also includes sidewalks?
Correct.
And a road
These will be complete
expansion?
Streets.
I'm sorry.
Not necessarily expansions on Coffee Port itself, it will be an expansion. It'll be going to 4 lanes.
Okay.
2 going and 2 coming. And they
Perfect.
will have sidewalks. It'll be a complete street project.
Thank you. I just wanted to have that on record.
Mr. Garcia, on Old Alice, I know that it's till 2026, I believe. But we did speak about trying to get that entrance of it fixed, which is in very bad shape.
It is, yes, we'll consider that.
Thank you.
Just to get on the record, Commissioner. So, Mr. Garcia, how long have you been with the city?
22 years.
And the amount of roads that we're putting on for the next 3 years, have you ever seen the city of Brownsville do that much work in that much time?
The most I recall doing in a year is between 5 to 7 million. Right now for next year, we're looking roughly at about $20 million worth of road projects to be, and that's city-funded projects to be.
That doesn't include Tex dot, that doesn't include
does
other
not include Tex
roads,
dot.
right?
Correct.
So this is going to be the most in your time in 22 years, that there's going to be a lot of construction around Brownsville.
There will be a lot of construction. We ask our citizens to be patient. We do what we can with traffic control to move traffic as efficiently and effectively as possible. And more importantly, we ask them to drive safely during our construction areas, not only for themselves, but for our workers.
Thank you, sir.
I'd also did that, note that we did in-house like 52 streets last year. So that is with our own engineering, public works crews, and then buying them the right equipment and giving them the ability to do what they do best, right?
In our last 2 years, in case somebody quotes us. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I just want to add, I think this is the most impactful budget that the city's ever passed. I mean, I think this really sets us up for future growth and for future success. So I want to commend everyone for all their time and effort and planning. This is not easy. So thank you all, and to the commission as well for all your support.
Thank you. This is a public hearing.
We'll give sorry, just a clarification on the airport grant from Angel.
By the way, this is our airport director, Angel. He's been doing a phenomenal job getting our airport up to par with FAA standards. And he's doing a lot so we can have more services and more airlines into our airport, which we really appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you so much. I wanted to clarify on the runway, this project that
We mentioned here runway 1836 reconstruction. It's a project that from last year, we had to rebid it. It's a 3-year project, so it's 3 phases to be able to reconstruct the entire runway. Once we do that, it will be $350 million chunks of money that the federal government is going to assist with. So 90% of the total cost will be covered by them, 10% will be ours. We do have other projects related to runways that are still in the grant system, including a runway extension of 1331. So that is our commercial runway. So that is still out there for decision. We have other grants at the airport that we're going to pursue this year.
Any further questions or comments from the commission?
You know, since we're on the grant section of it, I do think it's important for us to mention the grant for the buses. So somebody was stating that there was $1 million gap, or I don't know what it was. I think we should let them understand that that number is so much bigger if we don't get these grants. And we're doing our best, and we can see there with a $10 million grant to try to help alleviate the expense of our bus system. So I think it's just important for everybody to know that is a $10 million grant, correct?
Yes, I think Lupe, or you want to talk about FTA funding and transit? I don't know if he's in the audience, or Stephen. Lupe? FTA is Federal Transit Administration. I think we need to be clear of there's federal money and then there's local money, and how much is the true cost of transit and how much the city puts in.
Federal Transit has 2 different funding sources, main operationals and capital grants. Most of the capital grants are 90-10. So buses, usually they get funded at a 90-10 ratio. But an operational, basically you take your direct fares, reduce them from your operating costs, you get a net loss from that loss. That loss is shared between 2 entities. But FTA, which covers up to, in this year, up to about $3 million, and the rest has to covered by the city. That's in.
So how much did we cover this past year, for example?
About 2.8 million.
Okay, now, if we would
0.8
not
million.
have got the grants, what would that number have been?
Well, without the grants, I don't think we would be able to afford the
Just
capital.
throw the number out there. What would it have been?
Commissioner, we'll be missing the 3.7 million that FTA gives us.
So it would be like over $6 million or 7.
So because we go get those grants, we're able to cover the extra $3 million. So the budget, I mean, we're 2.5 short, 2.8 short right now, correct? This is last year. We were $3 million short.
For this year, we have a $1.2 million transfer requirement from the general fund with the revenues that are being proposed. If we
Yes.
don't have that, then we need to adjust it.
Yeah. And it's about 1 million riders.
It's closer to 1.1 million. We are the largest transit agency in the valley.
So without that $1 extra, it would be $1.1 million more.
We
that
have
we
a
would owe.
slide on that.
Yes, we'll go over it in our public hearing.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from the commission? Okay, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward. All right, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close?
Second.
A motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
If I may go through the randomized roll call. Commissioner Martinez?
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Cowan?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Gowan? Thank you. Commissioner Cardenas?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Villarreal?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Macias? Commissioner Dos Santos?
Saved the best for last. Aye.
Thank
Ayes have it,
you.
motion carries.
Budget.
Commissioner Macias?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Next item. Public hearing number 2. Public hearing and action on first reading of ordinance number 2024-1755 to ratify the fiscal year 2025 budget that will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget. Roll call vote required. Financial Services Department.
As mentioned in the budget public hearing, this year's property tax levy raises more revenues in property tax than in the preceding year. Local government code requires a separate vote of the government body to ratify the property tax increase reflecting the budget. Vote is in addition to and separate from the vote to adopt the budget or to set the tax rate. Section 102.07C Texas Local Government Code requires that the adoption of the budget that will raise more revenue from property tax than in the previous year requires a separate vote of the government body to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget. And that such vote is in addition to and separate from the vote to adopt the budget or set the tax rate required by Chapter 26 Tax Code. To ensure compliance with Texas Local Government Code, staff requests a vote by the City Commission to ratify the tax revenue that are included in the fiscal year 25 budget, which are more than those included in the fiscal year 24 budget. The increase in revenues for property tax is based on a tax rate of 0.603504. The tax rate translates to $1.7 million of maintenance and operation and $2.9 million of debt services, which includes the CO offering that was presented earlier today. So we are asking by this agenda item to ratify the tax revenue increase reflected in the 2025 budget.
Questions or comments from the commission? This is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Wait, you want to come?
No.
Yeah, let's come in. So we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Motion approved?
Second.
Roll call vote. Mayor Cowan?
Yes.
Thank
Aye.
you. Commissioner Macias?
Yes.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Yes.
You, Commissioner Gowan? Commissioner Villarreal?
Yes.
Commissioner De Los Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez?
Aye.
Thank you. Next item is public hearing number 3. Public hearing and action on first reading of ordinance number 2024-1756, levying ad valorem taxes for tax year 2024 for the use and support of the municipal government of the city of Brownsville, Texas, for the fiscal year 2025, providing for the interest and sinking funds for the fiscal year 2025 City of Brownsville, Texas general obligation debt. Roll call vote required. Financial Services Department.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Stephen Muse with the Financial Services Department. The last one was for the budget, and this one is to actually adopt the tax rates. The governing body of a taxing unit other than a school district may not adopt a tax rate that exceeds the lower of the voter approval tax rate or the no new revenue tax rate until the governing body has held a public hearing on the proposed tax rate. This hearing must have a quorum of the governing body present, take place within the boundaries of the taxing unit, be conducted on a weekday that is not a public holiday, allow taxpayers an opportunity to express their views, and take place in a public building. Property Tax Code Chapter 26.06D expressly authorizes the governing body to vote on the proposed tax rate at the property tax public hearing. The proposed tax rate is 0.603504, which is 0.004483, about half a penny lower than the current tax rate of 0.607987. And that's broken down to debt service rate 0.245735 and the maintenance and operation rate of 0.357769. And if there's no questions or public comments, when you do motion, we do have the specific language that needs to be read.
All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to speak to the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Mayor, I'll move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.603504, which is effectively an 8.32% increase in the tax rate.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Villarreal?
Aye.
Commissioner Gowan? Commissioner Martinez?
Aye.
Mayor Cowan?
Aye.
Commissioner Cardenas,
Yay.
Commissioner De Los Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Macias.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Public hearing number 4. Public hearing and action on first reading to adopt end-of-year budget amendment ordinance number 2024-1757 to amend the fiscal year 2024 budget Financial Services Department.
Good evening. We'll be going over the fiscal year 24 adopted budget amendment request. So the first budget work session, we went ahead and looked at our fiscal year 2024 projections. After further review, we came to conclusion that we're projected to have 138.5 million revenues and 131.5 million of expenses, which leaves us with a $7 million surplus. These are some of the funding sources we'll be funding used on that 7 million. We'll be using operating transfers to the event center for 250,000, 350,000 for the airport, 100,000 for the motor vehicle parking system fund, 472,000 for the information technology fund, 250,000 for the fleet and facility service fund, and 800,000 for the capital project fund. I'll be going into more details on the next couple slides. For street and drainage, they do have a fund balance. We'll be utilizing 250,000 for reappropriation of fundings for identified projects. For the landfill fund, we'll be using 1.5 million for motor vehicles repairs. And for the convention and tourism fund, we'll be utilizing 100,000 for the airport marketing advertisement. So for your general fund, the budget amendment we are requesting is 120,000 for Games of Texas. For the Brownsville Police Department, we'll be purchasing 3 vehicles for 139,000. I'd like to state that they will be repurposing those other vehicles that we'll be replacing. Airport incentives for 2 million. Technical support for 50,000. And a stipend for non-civil service for 2.5 million. We like to recommend that the active employees hired on or before September 3rd be eligible for the one-time stipend, which will be paid on September 20th, 2024. Full-time employees will be receiving a $2,500 before taxes, and part-time employees will be receiving $1,250 before taxes.
That helps with our employee retention efforts that are currently ongoing. Thank you.
These budget amendments are for the enterprise funds. Be offsetting for our operational needs for 250,000 for the event center, 350,000 for the airport, and 100,000 for the motor vehicle parking system. For the information technology fund, be for software subscriptions for the Microsoft licenses and the 8x8, 472,000. And for the fleet and facility service for 250,000 for our operational needs. This is a budget amendments for the capital project. This is for the information technology for the 5G for 800,000. I believe when it was previously mentioned, partial funding was already allocated for it. I believe it was 200,000. And pretty much this is the first phase which will affect the police department, planning, parks, IT, health, airport, municipal court, and fire. However, this will eventually benefit all departments directly or indirectly. This is a budget amendment for the street and drainage fund. So the street base material for 250,000 will be utilized to reappropriate funds for previously identified projects towards the Country Club Road. We will be doing a budget amendment for landfill for 1.5 million for motor vehicle non-targets. These are vehicle maintenance has increased due to essential repairs on critical landfill and machinery. And we will be utilizing the Convention and Tourism Fund for 100,000 for the airport marketing advertisement. Do you have any questions?
Questions from the commission? All right, this is a public comment, so if there are a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close.
Second.
A motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
Public hearing number 5. Public hearing reconsideration and action on first reading on ordinance number 2024-1745 to de-annex and hereinafter reduce the city of Brownsville boundary limits a property described as being 10.034 acres of land out of 257.14 acres of land referred to as Tract 2 and being out of Lot 36, Paredes Tract Partition Subdivision D, Share 19, Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located on Cavazos Road, J. Clive III Drive, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
Mayor and Commission, this item was added back onto the agenda. The applicant did not realize that she had an opportunity to speak at the last public hearing. And so from the commission, it was requested to put it back on and allow her that opportunity to speak. And so I do believe we have the applicant here. As far as the staff reports, nothing has changed. If you have any questions, they can definitely answer those for you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all commissioners. I appreciate your attention and the opportunity
Can you say your
giving
name?
me to
Ma'am, can you say
express
your name?
myself. My name is Esmeralda Escobedo.
Thank you.
I'm the owner for the 10 acres located on J. Clive III Drive. The reason I'm here is I want to de-annex those 10 acres, for the reason being that I do have with this Magic Valley, the police, the sheriffs go there. I'm surrounded with water of the ditch, the canal, and I did, I don't know if everybody got one of these papers, and is locked, or I'm gonna say it just me. I own the 27 acres on this side, which is county, and the 10 acres, the ones that are in the city. So I like to de-annex those for, the detention pond is right next to it also, around it. So the city only goes on the other side of the ditch, the detention pond. I like to ask for me to get approved on this annexation. Any questions?
No question, but thank you for coming back. I know I supported the request last time. I do hope that as city services expand in the future, that hopefully you will consider then wanting to come back into the city at some time. But today I'll be supporting you again.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from the commission?
So you said that the sheriff department is the only one that goes to the area?
Yes, ma'am. And I do have a letter from the PUB. Water is not serviced over there, and it will not be. It's very far. So I think I did give one of those also for the PUB letter. One of these letters.
And it's only that you're asking for the 10 acres?
Yes, ma'am.
And for solid waste collection, who goes out there? Or trash?
It's not developed yet. There's
Okay.
nothing, yeah. Right now, we barely got approved on the 12.5 acres, which I own. They got approved, but we're still selling and nothing has been started yet.
And Commissioner, I believe Republic does both city and county for residential, so it would be the same.
I believe the Republican will probably be there, yes.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Is the gentleman behind you going to speak?
I have my engineer here, Oscar Chavez.
Okay.
I don't know if he,
I wasn't sure if he was waiting or not.
okay.
Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Oscar Chavez. I was the engineer for the first section that was developed there, which is Eli Mona Lisa Estate, Section 1. And as I understand, drainage is taken care of by the county only. The city limits line is in the middle of the road. City is on the east side and county is to the west. And as Mrs. Escobedo said, she's the owner of the section that was approved by the county, and then 15 acres on adjacent to that subdivision. So the county is the only one servicing the area there right now. And that's why she is asking for you to consider the approval of the de-annexation.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Yeah.
I'll move to close the public hearing if there's no one else,
Second.
Mayor.
Sure, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Public hearing number 6. Public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2024-1749, amending Chapter 14 Aviation, Article 4 to adopt regulations related to free speech designated areas at the airport department.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. The airport desires to establish a freedom of speech ordinance to standardize the process of expressive activities at the airport, designate areas of usage to not impede flow at the airport. At the same time, we want to be as inclusive and give opportunity to different organizations within the community. So the ordinance really provides a framework to manage the process. A lot of airports in the United States have this. We listed some of them. Oh, yep, I should show that. So the airport listed some of the comparables here in Texas, but about 90% of the airports in the United States have this type of regulation, opportunity-based framework. So some of the closest ones to us, obviously Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, Houston, and both Houston airports. So we are trying to designate an area of expression on each level, sorry. So the ground level, the second level, and then on the outside. These areas are also used for, in case of a strike, an opportunity for airlines and stuff like that to do a demonstration. So that's what we designate to make sure we don't impede traffic at the airport. There'll be a form, it'll be filled out, and then obviously they'll declare the organization and what they plan to utilize the space for. So it's really more about information and make sure that we are following our process.
Angel, I support everything you guys are wanting to do here. I think my only reservation right now is I don't see clear definition of exactly what the space looks like. I see the stars, and I'm assuming it's the stars and not the rectangles. The rectangles are just labels.
Right.
And with just the stars there, my concern would be, is that 3 feet from the door? Is that 4 feet from the door? I don't see that clearly defined in the ordinance, and I'd worry about someone coming to try and enforce it, and then someone saying, well, where does it say that? Where does it say I've got to be only so far from the door? I don't think we've defined that yet. That's my concern.
Yeah, that's a great point. We'll add it to the exhibit with the form. It will delineate the actual square footage that we'll dedicate to the activity.
Perfect. I think that's the only thing we're lacking.
So I have a question, and you've indicated in the bottom, the outside area, but the top 2 pictures are on the inside.
That's correct.
I mean, it's a small building. Are you saying that a particular group protesting some issue can be in all 3 places at one time?
No, one organization can be at the airport at any of those locations. So an organization cannot be at the 3 locations at the same time.
Because that would be overwhelming for a building.
Right.
Personally, for me traveling, I wouldn't want to see them outside, inside on the first floor, go up the escalator, there they are again. Whether I agree with them or not, I think it's a bit overwhelming.
Yeah.
And will there be rules like you can't shout, you can't?
Right, they're prohibited items like impeding flow, being aggressive, pushing things on people that they don't want to engage with them, loud noises or distracting noises. Yes, there's a list of prohibited items, prohibited activities.
I've never seen this anywhere.
No, yeah.
I go to Sam's and I don't like when DirecTV is trying to sell me DirecTV. So I don't like this personally because I have no idea what it is.
Okay.
Why don't you tell them the why? Why does FAA have
Yeah,
this?
what's
I mean, you need to tell them the why. We don't
Yeah.
just create
Yes,
this. This is
please.
an FAA requirement.
Yeah,
Aviation Administration.
yes, the Federal Aviation Administration. Obviously, we're a highly regulated, organization at the airport. It dates back to the First Amendment and the right to express. In 1992, the U.S. Supreme Court made further clarifications on how to express a speech at an airport. It had to do with a lawsuit with the Hare Christensen and organization. So they determined that an airport, because it wasn't intended for public speech, we could enforce some processes to engage with the community. So we are allowed to put processes in place to know who's using the airport, how long are they planning to be there, and how to basically guarantee that we're not affecting air transportation in the United States. And some more, back in the 90s, some organizations were blocking traffic from passengers to get to their security or their gates. So instead of doing that, there is a framework now that we're allowed to put in place at the airport. And this is what has been transpiring since the 90s. It's just airports are slowly adopting, and we're on the tail end, or we're probably the last few that don't have it.
So I travel pretty regularly and I've never seen this in an airport. Or is this a requirement from the FAA or just available from the FAA?
It's really, I mean, the FAA makes us guarantee free speech. Now, the Supreme Court defined further that airports could put a process. So we're electing to put the process to make sure that we don't jeopardize the process that we have to transport passengers. If you go to Dallas, you'll see in certain locations freedom of speech. Like or airports that I've worked for, St. Louis, Lambert International, and Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky International, there is a booth and there's a designated area and it says free speech. In this case, we're not going to that we're going to put a booth and you only use this booth. They can bring their own setup to put out there. We do have currently an organization that uses the airport and the freedom of speech. It is not a mandate, but it's a recommended activity to make sure that we don't impede passenger flow.
I just feel, I'm sorry, one more thing. I just feel that when people land at our airport, that's their first view of the city. And I don't know that this is the face that I want them to see. Do we have to have it on both levels? Or can it be on one level? It just seemed, the building is not that big. I can look up at the top of the escalator and see where the other booth or whatever is going to be. I just ask you to consider that. I'll support it because you're bringing it to us, but I just think it's overwhelming to be in all those places.
Currently, there's 2 spots that are being used by the same organization at the airport. So we're not changing it. We're just making sure that they're separated by level, just in case, they don't want a conflict between each other. We're trying to maximize the use of the space at the airport for other activities like concessions. So this actually organizes that and gives us the ability to use some very limited space for revenue producers.
So,
Right, but
And
we can
Angel
reduce
and
it
council.
down. We don't have to, I mean, if there's a request to have it on one floor, that can be considered. My understanding is.
I want to make sure there's clarification on something, though. In the absence of this, then somebody could essentially go and stand by baggage claim and rental car and
Correct.
solicit and do and speak.
What,
This helps ensure you've got your right to do that, but now you've got to do it in this area instead of anywhere you want.
Correct.
I think
Correct.
that's what we're trying to do here today.
right now, there are no restrictions to where you can be within the airport. I mean, outside of the TSA protected area, right? Which is the gates. So right now, I believe there are certain entities that are already inhabiting certain areas of the airport already. And so this provides we only need to do reasonable restrictions, given what he said earlier about that 1991, 92 case from the Supreme Court. So we just need to have reasonable restrictions in place. And so these are reasonable. In some airports like DFW, if you haven't seen them, they're out by, I guess when you exit, they're out by the exits.
Thank you so much.
Any further questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone, oh, go ahead.
I do. It's because I just was unclear to Commissioner Gowan's question. Does it have to be on both levels?
It doesn't have to be on both levels. If we choose to just do on the ground level, that's okay.
And I get it. I didn't want to know. Thank you.
All right, yeah, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to close.
Second. We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And if I could just add, Mayor, I think when we have second and final reading, that's when we'll hope to see the square footage outlined.
Correct.
And we can make any other changes we want to at that time.
Sure.
Public hearing number 7. Public hearing and action on resolution number 2024-078 to approve the proposed Brownsville Metro new bus fare structure with the effective date of October 1st, 2024, multimodal transportation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. Joel Garza, Multimodal Transportation Director. We're back again here to give you an update from the last City Commission workshop. Just to recap a little bit where we stand on our budget. We have a deficit without the increase of about 1.7 and anticipated revenues of a loss of about $1 million. Just to remind you, the City of Brownsville and Brownsville Metro has not increased fares in the last 20 plus years. During the April 10th meeting, we highlighted this, and so I won't go into much detail, but just a reminder that the items and noticeable changes that has happened in the last 4 years, either the implementation of the new routes in 2020, Sunday service, COVID schedule being adjusted to normal schedule, the compensation, the cost of living adjustment.
I'll always also point out that during COVID, there was CARES funding, and that's all I wanted to just add that. Sorry about that.
And then obviously our fleet maintenance costs, we get costly with our aging fleet. Compare side by side where we're currently at to what we're proposing. And so our fixed route is at $1, transfers at 25 cents, paratransit is $1.50. The new proposed on the general fare will be $2, no transfers, and then paratransit increases to $2. On the reduced fares, all passes and all fares will be reduced at 50%. To seniors, to students, individuals with disabilities, military veterans, and then children under 6 are free. I will say though, the City of Brownsville and Brownsville Metro does have existing contracts with both UTRGV and Texas Amos College, and so their students, faculty, and staff do ride for free, and then we invoice the entity separately. And then in the passes, and we're really excited on this, we launched the new app and the new smart card, and so we now have the option of having those unlimited rides per the pass, and so you have the day pass at $3. The day pass used to be $2.50. Weekly pass was at $12. We're now at $20. And then we're eliminating the 20 rides fares and really incorporating more the 30-day pass at $60. And then lastly, the 20 ride passenger paratransit pass at $40 instead of the $30. Public outreach efforts that we've done, we hosted 2 open houses, non-formal. We met with the community both on July the 25th and August the 15th. On the first one, we had about 10 folks there, provided the good input. And then last week, we had a good close to 30 plus individuals show up and provide their feedback. Onboard surveys, in-person surveys are 200 plus. These were, as mentioned before, on the ground booths. Staff was on the buses, at the terminal, at Northside Transfer Station, asking folks that are currently riding, what do they think? How was it impact you? And then online surveys that were shared both in our social media, our website. I know some of the local news media also shared the surveys. And so as of yesterday, we had 852. In relation to last week's public meeting, open house, and today's public hearing, we did advertise in the Bronzeville Herald to make sure that the public was aware if they don't have a social media, and so we also did print. And then we're here before you today asking to look at the recommendations. So before we get the recommendation surveys, we try to make it easy, 5 questions or less. How frequently do you use B-Metro each week? Would you consider a fare increase? Is it affordable? If B-Metro increases its fare, would you continue the service? If you had to choose between the fare increase or reduction of service, what option would you prefer? And then how would that impact? And so in the last question, they did have a option to provide their comment feedback, and I just chose a handful in this slide. And so at the end of the day, we are recommending to propose a new fare structure. It's on your screen again for that. I will say though that looking at alternatives, what does that mean if you choose not to increase the fares? Obviously, we evaluate our routes to make sure their efficiency, but we'll have to look at what reductions we may need to do. For example, COVID schedule, we eliminated the last 2 routes. And so bus would stop at 5:30 instead of 7 or 7:30 as it is today. Removing suburban surveys, I know that was one of the talks. Sunday surveys, obviously that's an option. Or we can even look at removing frequency. The example I gave here is Route 6. That route on Southmost runs every 30 minutes. And so that could convert to 1 bus every hour instead. And then additionally, obviously this would maybe even an additional increase from the general fund, but obviously that impacts on reduction of service from other departments. And so with that, I'll keep it short.
Can you go back to the slide that had the fares, the current and proposed, that one? So the student and senior, the student fare would now remain at 75 cents, or it'd go to half?
No, it would be 50% of what they're buying. And so if they're paying the general fare, they'll get it for $1 instead of $2. If they're buying the date pass, they'll get it at $1.50 instead of $3.
Same for seniors?
Correct, yes.
And how would one go about that, Joel? How would they be distinguished, or where would they go to?
So currently we do that already. They either provide their IDs, and so we'll verify if they're a student.
They identify themselves with something.
I'm sorry?
They identify themselves with something.
Correct, yes.
And if they fall into the TSC or UTRG agreement, can you explain that? That's
Yes,
free
as
service?
mentioned, right, the city of Bronzeville Metro does have contracts with both UTRGV and Texas Alamos College, where they ride for free, unlimited. But we do recoup those costs, invoicing directly the university or the college.
So those students, if they ride every day, even if they're not going to school, let's say they're going someplace else, they ride for free?
Correct, that's correct, yeah.
Oh, well, are we open to additional partnerships like that? Either of you can jump in on that. Like if, let's say, DHR or Valley Baptist said, you know what, if I have patients that are going to be coming here, and what can I give them, and that they can ride the bus to and from? That way we can do that for medical appointments, doctor's offices, and then we can put out a campaign to the medical community saying, here's what we can do to make it easier for your patients to get to you. And then they can even judge, like, I've got a patient who is private pay and can afford it, but then I've got the patients who are Medicare, Medicaid, who I know need it the most, and they can offer something like that to them. Would the city be open to that?
Yes, of course, and actually it's something that, and Jenny is here, has that experience of other agencies she's worked at. So she's already brought the idea to look at how do we partner with other employers. Get that going, yes, sir.
Excellent.
Although I would suspect a clinic or a hospital would not want to support unlimited riding every day through the city, but rather just to their destination.
There's ways, especially now with our smart app, and the card, there is ways where they can limit or how the employer or the partnering agency can have that limit.
And I know Jenny and you, we've received a grant from NAD Bank, so maybe that, I don't know, to
Yes,
allow employers.
so we are currently working on a study, thanks to the North American Development Bank, NAD Bank. We received a grant from them to do a study on a BRT, bus rapid transit. And so especially how we have the major employers going to the Port of Bronzeville, SpaceX, the LNGs. And so thanks to that grant from them, we hired ACON to look at what other areas are needed, what maybe a light rail, or I'm sorry, a light BRT could we implement? And so we're working on that right now.
If we did something like that, let's say, for example, SpaceX, because we know that that's a very long run out there for that route, could we charge a higher fare for that one route?
We could, it's how we establish it. I'll give the comparison. The Lower Rio Grande Valley Development Council has Metro Express. And so on those specific routes, they charge $10, $5 each way, compared to their normal fare of $2.
Very good. Thank you.
Also, this study will identify those costs that will be beneficial for the community and increase the fares for that frequent service.
Excellent. And then those companies would have the option of subsidizing so that the city's not doing that. Very good.
I have a couple of questions. Currently, in the current fares, if a student were to buy a day pass, are they paying $250?
No, they would be
Current?
paying, currently. Yes, they would be paying 75 cents.
No, that would
Oh,
be
for
a
the-
fare. I'm saying if I'm a student and I want a day pass,
So right now, we only have the day pass at $250, but students either buy the 20 rides for $9.
I get
Or
it,
the
but I'm
75
just
cents.
asking. So right now, if I'm a student and I want a day pass, it costs me $250.
250, yes.
Okay? With the new rate, if I'm a student and I want a day pass, it's gonna cost me $150.
Correct,
I'm gonna save $1,
yes.
right?
And to note, with those passes, they're unlimited individual rides. So you can ride throughout the whole day. There's fare capping, so there's no additional charge. Unlike some other systems, they'll charge you throughout the day or through the hours. And so this is unlimited for the individual on
This
those
would be-
passes.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I was just trying to, I see a lot of young people here and I'm hearing, and I want to hear from them. We're going to hear from you right now. But just the UTRGV partnership, right? I think that's something. And then two, if I did a day pass today, I'd be paying $250, but a day pass, if we pass this, would be $150.
The dollar off.
Unlimited.
Yes.
It's a dollar off.
With a dollar less with unlimited rides for the day.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
They could go as far as buying a 30-day pass for $30.
But isn't that partnership, if they're students, they get the ride for free?
Yes, correct. They
Isn't that
ride for
nice?
free as long as they present their UTRGV ID or TSC ID, correct. Oh, the students that are not under either UTRGV or TSC, like BISD or any other, do still get that discount here, yes.
I recall seeing a slide about comparing B Metro's fares across the valley, and I think these new fares are in line with the regional
Correct.
fares.
We looked at, and that was part of the presentation in the last meeting. Island Metro at the island is 100% free, but they subsidize obviously from their tourism. Valley Metro, which operates Harlingen and a lot of the regional, is currently at $2. McAllen Metro is at $1. And then Laredo is also at $2.
The 30, in the new system, the 30-day pass for a student, I think this is a really important point for students. The 30-day pass is not 60, it would be $30.
Correct.
So $1 a day.
They would get that 50% discount, yes.
And that 30-day pass, that's 30 calendar days, or is it 30 days of use?
But it activates when it is 30 days once they first when it's activated, which is the
Okay.
first tap.
But if they don't go out on the weekend, those days still count towards the
Yes.
30, if they've already activated. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Mayor, Commission, we do have the listing of the, would you like for me to start with those from the earlier or however you like?
I think they can line up and then
Okay.
state their name.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Martin Cuevas. I want to start by thanking everyone here in this room right now for taking a moment of their time to just listen to me.
Or
Hi.
lift the mic up.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. I want to thank every single last person in this room right now for spending a little time just to hear me out. What's happening with the Metro really highlights an issue that we're having here with Brownsville is we're not getting enough budget. Throughout the entire city, I'm not seeing enough budget for a city that is growing, that's booming in its population and its tourism. The infrastructure needs to be prepared for that growth. As I was walking down this, for the last 2 days, I've spent my time down on the streets talking to business owners, talking to regular customers, talking to workers, everybody I could, to try to understand how much of an issue that is. Our city is a 5-port city, the first 5-port city in the whole world. We have a land port, a seaport, an airport, trains. Apparently, we might get a spaceport. That on its own proves that Brownsville deserves more money, needs more money to help out all of the people here. Because if we increase the fare, from what I've heard from the homeless, it's going to be a Herculean task to raise that extra dollar. In a world where we don't even use coin anymore, $1 was already a challenge. But to increase it 100%, a society is truly judged by how well we treat our most vulnerable. That's how I see it. As we move forward in this city, in this beautiful, beautiful city of mine, beautiful, beautiful city of ours, I feel that we should be able to demand more from the powers that be, that we need that extra funding, that we need that extra money in every corner of every single one of our infrastructure, just to prepare ourselves for the future, so that I don't have to worry about, oh, how will my kids get to school one day? Or I won't have to worry about how will I get to work downtown one day? I just want to make sure that we organize with the community to create better plans for future development and along those lines. So thank you for giving me a moment of your time. This just truly highlights that issue.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Liana Reinaga. I'm a community activist, Brownsville resident, campus organizer for Texas Rising. I'm here today to speak against the proposed $2 increase and fare restructuring. The survey asks if an increase in fare would affect how much the rider would use it. This type of language keeps being used, like in the survey, when participants are asked if the price increase will affect the amount of times they use the bus. Some people do not have the option to not continue using the bus, but that does not mean that the increase in bus fare is not affecting them economically. Doubling the price for Brownsville Metro is absurd. Many people rely on having access to the bus, and increasing the price for that will make this city more expensive to live in. Just think about it, like $1 more for one person maybe isn't too much for some people, but imagine having a family to transport. What would be $12 for 6 people will now be $12 for a two-way trip. I believe this is connected to the rising rent prices. Back in 2021, Elon Musk tweeted to millions of followers asking them to move to Brownsville for more jobs. His language caused people to move in search of cheap real estate, and their inflated salaries raised the cost of living for 150,000 people when less than 3,000 people maintained the high salary from SpaceX employment. This is less than 1 out of 50 people that have a chance of living a comfortable life in Brownsville, Texas because of SpaceX employment. As someone who has taken public transportation to see my family back in Mission, Texas, I wish for public transportation for all, and I believe that a cheaper fee would have made it easier to see my family. A fair fee equivalent to the fee of a city like Washington, D.C. would have destroyed me. So again, I ask the council to keep the original pricing and maintain the same services as well. If needed, match the price to the city of a similar size with a similar income to cost of living ratio. What would also help would be shading on the streets like trees or infrastructure to provide shade on the bus stops and to make it easier to walk to the bus stops. Grant funding programs for affordability, such as a low-income program to make it easier for low-income people to get a bus. And we're working with organizations to ensure affordability, like the idea that you said, Mr. Santos, Commissioner. That is also a good solution that you proposed, especially because people need access to clinics. And reallocating funds from law enforcement to public transit are all plans that could work. I say reallocating those funds would be your best options because it is a proven fact that making public transit affordable reduces crime rate all on its own. So thank you for your time and consideration. I hope you will take my advice into action because your actions regarding this matter are very important to the livelihood of the people of Brownsville.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. So my name is Jane Padron. I'm a Brownsville, Texas resident and one of the co-leads for Texas Youth Activist Alliance, alongside with Martin Salazar, who will be speaking. And I'm here to urge you, Mayor and City Commissioners, to say no to the bus fare increase. If you ask around, many people have a very negative view on Brownsville Metro, whether it be the dangerous bus stops that either have no shade for blocking out scorching hot sun, rainfall, or the lack of benches to sit and relax on after taking a long walk to get to a bus stop. And let's not forget how much these stops are unsanitary. As a co-lead for an organization that fights for general health and human rights, this is a huge reason for me to oppose to the bus fare increase because I care about my family, my fellow community members. Allowing a bus fare increase will negatively affect residents who rely on the affordable $1 bus rides to get around. This includes getting to their jobs, schools, medical appointments, and visiting family in the city. This means riders will be paying $4 in total to get to one location to another. Families of 4 will be paying $16. We all know Brownsville is not a huge city like Houston or Austin to be able to pay an 100% increase for a bus ride. Almost the majority of us have a minimum wage paying jobs that we spend on high rent, groceries, and medical prices. Austin, which is a bigger city than Brownsville, only charges their citizens $1.25. This means that Brownsville Metro lacks the creativity to make up funds for their system. I went to the public meeting on August 15 to see the proposal. 2 things I realized is that 1, they are not professionally prepared, meaning there was no actual presentation. And 2, they wanted to blame citizens for not riding the bus enough, which is why they want the increase. But I've seen how full the stops get throughout the day. We have many people coming in from our bordering neighbor city, Matamoros, every day, and many of them rely on the bus. Instead of telling us that this is the only solution, work and create with community members to seek a solution that best benefits everyone, especially the riders. Some of you in front of me lack basic communication abilities towards the ones who elected you into your current position. You all stay here for the people, but don't answer our emails when we want to schedule an online meeting for a concern we have. This should be the opportunity to show us that you do care about what we as a community have to say. Not having any proper Spanish translation or cutting people off when they're not finished speaking their concerns already brings your reputation down. To close, I urge you today as a concerned citizen and human rights organizer to finally listen to the community and say no on the fare increase. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rebecca Castillo. I'm a recent nurse graduate from UTRGV. I've used the bus metro many times and it's very useful, and even before the fares ride, it helps me and it helped me reach my goals right now as a recent graduate. I am here to ask you to deny the fare increase on the Valley Metro, as this means of transportation is the only way low-income community members, including college students and elderly, attend to their school, doctor's appointments, as we spoke about previously, visit their family and purchase groceries, right, to go to the store. So I'm not sure if you ever thought, how is this gonna affect the community members, right, this increase of the fare? Many of them, think about the welfare of using the city bus for their safety, and we need better lighting on the bus stops. These tend to be very dark and they don't have a shade or roof on them. And right now, as you can see, we have 103-degree Fahrenheit raging heat and people are waiting there. It breaks my heart really because I do have, the facility to own a car, but many don't. And as a recent nurse graduate, their health of these people, right, just being there on the streets can be affected, just waiting to go to your appointments. So possibly the alternative right now, that a partnership on the hospital could be beneficial, but until then, many people will be waiting there. So this constant meetings and promises, right, that we have on infrastructure development should be, ongoing and, better infrastructure for the people. So because they keep, to avoid getting wet and the dirty water and rain, they need better sheltering when they're waiting there. So it is understandable, right, that the price increase is meant to keep up with the current costs. But until better efforts are made on this infrastructure, then maybe the community may accept this. But until now, I just feel like there should be an alternative funding for Valley Metro. And I hope you can, just vote no on this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sabrina. People who ride buses tend to be those who are elderly, disabled, children, or those who do not have the luxury of affording any other means of transportation, including youth who aren't in college working minimum wage jobs relying on transit to get by. Although this is just a $2 increase, for someone who is low income or who rides with their family, the fare increase directly impacts their life. When speaking to my friend, who has a family of 5, explained that if him and his family need to travel somewhere and back home, it would cost $20. However, with this new increase, it would be $40. If their family needed to travel to go somewhere every day of the week, the change would increase from $140 to $280. If taking the bus becomes a luxury, people who can't afford the increase will have to rely on other forms of transportation, such as biking and walking, which not everyone is able to do, especially in this weather, leading to some to sacrifice buying groceries or paying bills. At times, that dollar to go to the bus is all someone has to their name. Increasing the fare will make it harder for those who barely have enough to get by. If we are able to have funds to promote tourism, we can discuss putting together funds to cover this $1 million deficit for the community and not relying on citizens who are the most vulnerable to help cover the cost. Please, I urge you to consider your constituents who rely on public transportation and how this fee can seriously affect them, especially when inflation's on the rise. We have so many things to worry about, such as food and living check to check. Please don't let means of travel become another added burden. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pierre Lozano.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry. Hello, my name is Pierre Lozano, and I'm here to urge you not to pass the bus fare increase. Sorry, this is my first time. Honestly, my family has been on the buses since like the 80s. My mom started taking it when I was born. She took me on the bus. And I really don't like how this was put into the public. It was put in too short of a time. I only found out on August 14, the day before they actually had that meeting. And on the next day, on the 16th, they made a post saying that there was going to be this meeting. And on their Facebook post, they put a public meeting on the next city commission meeting, August 20. Read more, click here, and then there's a link. When you click on the link, it says August 15, the day. Then there's a July 25. There was not sufficient information for people to find out about this meeting or this vote. So I'm hoping that whenever this actually passes, if you guys do consider passing it, that people get outraged, just like when they made the hour to 5, and then they increased it back to 6 because people got mad about it. I had so much more to say, but this is harder than any other regular person to do. And I think that the only good change is when things turn for the better, and I don't think this is a good change. And not to mention, when in the meeting on the 15th, they had mentioned that migrants weren't a factor in their decision. I think it should, not just because there's so many students and workers that come over here and take the bus to go to those places. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Citlali Lopez, and I am here on behalf of Texas Rising and Brownsville residents. And for Brownsville residents that weren't able to come here to speak today, and I stand before you today to share my experience and concerns regarding the thoughts of the bus fare increase here in Brownsville, Texas. So I've lived here in Brownsville my whole life, and I've always been proud of our community spirits and solidarity and mutual support. Our public transport system is more than just a way to get from point A to point B. It's a lifeline for many of us. So it's how students get to school, work, workers reaching their jobs, and like families having to go about their daily lives. And my initial reactions was one of the concerns and disappointments, because when back in 2023, end of January, I did become homeless and I did have to go in a shelter. And at the time I was a college student, but when I became homeless, I did lose my school ID, which is this one. But at the time, it was very hard for me to go to school, and most of the times I would have to walk in the summer heat and all the way to TSC. And there will be times where I will be having to collect money from the ground in order for me to be able to ride the bus for those rare moments that I did have money. And it was a struggle for me because from the end of January of 2023, all the way from the beginning of March is when I finally came back home with my family. But during those times, it was not much, but it was a struggle for me to having to ride the bus. And for many of our community, especially those who are low income or fixed incomes, public transport is not a luxury. It's a necessary for most of the community. And increasing the bus fare places an additional burden for those who are already struggling to make ends meet. I've spoken with many individuals around my neighborhood who rely on the bus, and they're worried of how they manage their budget with the new bus fare. For some, it means choosing between having to take the bus or having to pay for medications, or having to miss appointments in order for them to be able to save money for rent. When I used the bus in the past, I've noticed that many bus stops were either at groceries, doctor's appointments, and even a few hospitals. And it's understandable that Metro is trying to raise money for their loss of money, but $2 per bus ride is already too much. Many would have to sacrifice medical money, groceries money, or even rent money due to those using the bus weekly. And those using the bus every day, which I did the math, and this will be 7 days a week, which will be $14 per day, per week. If people were to use the bus 3 times per day, that will be equal to 21 bus trips will be $42, and there's 31 days in a month, so that will be $1,302, and that people will be spending in order to ride the bus. And a year, or if the bus were to increase to $2, for 365 days, which will result to $463,000 and 512 money lost for people having to use the bus. Brownsville is already considered the poorest city in the nation. Rent is high, food is high, and in today's world, many of us are struggling to buy houses. Even children, having children is already expensive in today's world. How do you expect people to spend $4,633,152 per year if the bus fare were to increase to $2? And the proposed bus fare increase also threatens to undermine the very purpose of our public transport system. Instead of making transportation more accessible and affordable, it risks making the service for those who can afford it. This goes against the core values of equality and inclusions that we should be campaigning as a community. Public transportation should be a bridge to opportunities, not a barrier. And we must consider the environment impact. If fewer people can afford the bus fare, there will be turns of driving their own vehicles. This would increase traffic, congestions, and pollutions, which would counterproductive of our goals of promoting sustainable transportation and reducing our carbon footprint. And I urge our city leaders, which is y'all, the commissioner, and you, Mayor, to reconsider this fare increase and explore alternative solutions, which I'm glad that some of y'all are already suggesting alternative solutions. And we are looking ways to enhance our public transportation system, making it more reliable, more frequent, and more affordable. And by doing so, we can be a better support in our community, protect the environment, and ensure that everyone has equal access to the opportunities that they have to thrive. There's different ways of receive money, and that can be a fundraiser because, as we all say, we want to connect more with the community. Fundraisers is a fun way to connect with the community because there's different ways to fundraise in order to gain money. And thank you for your time and for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Marlene Yvette Salazar. I am 21 years old, and I am a UTRGV student studying political science. You may be familiar with Texas Youth Activist Alliance, a campaign that aims to increase accessibility in transportation in hospitals and clinics providing reproductive health care in our city. My coworker and I have been trying to contact all the city commissioners here through email, yet we still anticipate a response from everyone here. Regardless, I'm glad to see you all in person now. I want to ask the commissioners a question before I start this. I hope you keep this in mind when voting for the fare increase or Proposal 7. Do you take the bus to work? Do your children take the bus to school? Do your parents take the bus for medical appointments? If the answer is no, then I hope the City Commission votes no on the 100% bus fare increase and instead work with communities for a compromise that benefits Brownsville residents instead of harming them. Because paying $2 for a bus fare may not seem like a lot to people, but those who depend for the bus every day of their lives, just like my grandma, who was an individual that would take the bus 10 days just in one ride. She used the Metro when it was just 25 cents. And I want to clarify, this isn't just about students. This is about everyday individuals like my grandma who had to take the bus when my Uncle Jesse was diagnosed with a heart problem. She took the bus every time for an appointment. When her husband, my grandfather, had a stroke, again, took the bus for every appointment. Like her, There's many other stories here similarly. We have to overcome obstacles, but still keep pushing forward. I asked Commissioner Brian Martinez a question once at a UTRGV event. What do you say to Brownsville residents who feel left behind? You never really answered my question, but I will say this to this commission. If you vote on approving Brownsville Metro's fare increase, you're leaving behind a group of constituents who need your support more now than ever. I always hear about this new economic boom in that Brownsville is having. And sure, it's great to some extent. Yet it always seems like this economic boom doesn't directly benefit those who need it the most. Instead, you're asking a community that relies on the bus metro every day to make ends meet, to be the best for their families, to pay double? Oh, wow, I see Commissioner Dino Villarreal post about how the trajectory of Brownsville has changed as our city undergoes rapid progress and unprecedented momentum. I wonder for who? Because this isn't about the constituents that are already being benefited from this economic boom, but it's just about the constituents that are being left behind as we speak. The 100% increase adds up. And I hope you guys are staring at me, because I will ask this to my commissioner, Linda Macias. You asked a question when you were running for District 2. In one of your posts, you said, what will you do differently to make a difference? Now that you're elected as commissioner, I ask that question to you. What will you do differently to make a difference in your constituents' lives? I hope that answer is voting against the fare increase and working for a better solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That's it. Hello, everyone. My name is Vicente Martinez Jr. I've seen many of you throughout my activist life, for lack of a better word. I didn't prepare much, but I've done this multiple times. I don't always get nervous, but thank you so much for your time and for being here and for your service to your community. How many of you have used public transportation in your life? It was a constant thing for me for majority of my life. 5 years ago, I was still using public transportation, but due to a lot of great work, I was able to overcome poverty. I've seen many of you in some capacity at a coffee shop, and a coffee is usually like $6. Like for us, it's not a luxury. For us, it's something we want. This is something that we use. But for majority of the people y'all represent, this is not a luxury. 5 years ago, Vicente couldn't afford a coffee, as well as if there were to be an increase, I wouldn't be able to afford it. A lot of people who are posting this fair have stated many reasons of why not to increase these. And also, like, for me, public transportation was a necessity, not because I wanted to. I've been outside while it's raining, when it's really hot, and we saw that they implemented new shades, but like, honestly, it doesn't even cover anything. I'm pretty sure many of y'all have seen the memes on social media that poke fun of those things because they're ridiculous, in my opinion. But also, it's detrimental to the mental health as well as the physical health of the people we're supposed to represent, or that y'all represent. I've seen the cars that y'all drive. Y'all don't use public transportation. Y'all are affected by the increase, but your constituents and the people that truly need transportation and rely on transportation because they need it won't be able to afford it. If we can go probably back, can I move this? If you can see the frequency of people that they use, there's people use it a lot of people use it more than 4 times. But also, do you consider a fare of 2% per trip to be affordable? Over 80%. I think we should all go back because they skimmed through it. I asked Joel Garza what he did before proposing this, what obstacles did they do, what steps did they take to ensure that the increase wasn't the only thing that was proposed, and he didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. I'm not sure they did research, if they spoke with the community, like how can we increase the usage of the bus, and he said like, this is his proposal. And we saw what the community voted. Over 70% said they wouldn't use public transportation if the fee increased. So what's the whole point of increasing the fare to increase revenue if people are not going to be using public transportation? It's dumb to do something. And I asked him, like, will you propose this if you saw majority of the people didn't want to increase it? And he said, this is what we're proposing. He doesn't, and we went to the public meeting, most of us did who are speaking here. Nobody was taking notes of the things that we had to say. How are you gonna have a public meeting and no one in your staff is gonna be advocating or taking notes about things that were being discussed? It was a false meeting to pretend that they care about our community, because clearly they don't. And I urge you all, like Commissioner Martinez, Commissioner Mancias, Villarreal, Mayor Cowan, Commissioner Cowan? Cowan, sorry. Commissioner de los Santos, as well as your newer, Cardenas, to vote against this fare, because it's truly gonna harm our communities. As they mentioned, the people who are benefiting from it currently that's happening with LNG, SpaceX, are people who are suffering already. We're not benefiting whatsoever. I urge you to vote against it. If we increase the fee, people are not gonna be using public transportation, therefore, the point of increasing the fare is not going to have any point. It's actually probably going to reduce, it's going to increase the deficit. So I really hope and I plead for you to vote against this. As well as when we asked him what other alternatives to Joe Garza he said he had nothing. This is the first time we hear alternatives that he proposed. So also really quickly, the survey was really messed up because it pusieron las personas entre la espada y la pared. It's like either we do the increase or we reduce hours or routes, which I think that puts people who use the services in really uncomfortable situations. And also I'd like to note that if someone who used transportation would like to speak at this commissioner's meeting, they wouldn't be able to because the service ends at 8. So how do we get back home? So also something to keep in mind. And I hope Joel Garza, as well as the staff, actually pay attention to the people they're supposed to be serving, rather than, I don't know who they are speaking to, because those solutions are causing harm to our community. Thank you so much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rebecca Hinojosa. I live here in Brownsville. I'm with the South Texas Environmental Justice Network, and I'm here urging you to vote no. We are opposed to the fare increase. Whenever I don't have access to a vehicle, I usually rely on a bus to get around. For example, last week I was in Philadelphia and I had to use the bus to get around Philadelphia. And the bus fare there was $2.50, which is already really high. But at least in Philadelphia, it was 85 degrees and a walkable city. So I knew I had the option to be able to walk around and be able to get far. Brownsville, on the other hand, is 115 degrees, right? We have months and months where it's too hot to go outside, and we're not a walkable city. So we need to keep the bus fare low because we don't have that experience that people have in Philadelphia. Keeping the bus fare low, we also need to figure out how to incentivize people to use the bus. We need more people to ride the bus, and raising the bus fare is going to kill the bus system. It's going to make it less attractive for people to ride it, okay? Parking is already a nightmare in downtown Brownsville. Parking garages are a nightmare. We need more people to use public transportation. And furthermore, the minimum wage is still $7.25. Okay, so minimum wage needs to go up before you all can even consider raising bus fare. So we need to keep bus fare low. The city of Brownsville needs to work with other cities to expand the bus system. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. I'm Denise Granado Chavez, and I work for Train. The reason that I came here tonight was that I wanted to voice my concern with the bus fare increase, as many others have, and I commend the students for coming up here and being civically engaged. I wasn't quite as vocal when I was that young. I want to mention to you all that as someone who has a background in economics, it really bothers me to see this, because Even though our city has made great strides, our city will not reach its full potential until we find a way to have more sustainable and equitable economic development. We've made great strides, but in order to move forward, we need to encompass everyone in the city, including our most vulnerable, which are the citizens that are on a limited income, the elderly that don't have someone to transport them, those with disabilities, students that are on a limited income, several others that have low income or have found themselves in a situation where they lost their car, or they got sick, something happened, and they find themselves in a low income situation. I'm going to tell you a story, and I'll try to make it quick, I promise. About 20 years ago, I found myself in that similar situation. I became a bus rider myself. I went from having scholarships and financial aid to attend Baylor University to coming back to Brownsville for a couple of years because my mom was ill. My mom has lupus, and those who are familiar with lupus know that it has flares, and people can be in remission for a few years and then they have a bat flare. So my mom had a bat flare, and she was trying to work even though she was basically disabled. Then she was let go, and she got behind on property taxes. And I was over there at Baylor doing well on the dean's list, having the time of my life. And she called me and she told me about her situation. So I decided to come back here and work. And I was here for about 3 years. I worked 2 jobs and I took some classes at UTB back then. I struggled to get around to my 2 jobs and to take classes at UTB. And I took the bus because my mom had lost her vehicle as well. So I can relate to what all of these people here said. I also have a special needs uncle that needed transportation. And my mom, who had lupus, needed to go to doctor's appointments. We needed to get groceries, and I had to go on the bus to get groceries. It was either that or I walked to HEB and walked with my groceries back home. So I can definitely relate to what's going on here. There were times when I only had $10 left. There were times when I only had $20 left, $10. And a bus fare increase would have really hurt me because it would have been a decision of, do I buy $10 of groceries or do I pay the bus? Or do I pay somebody to do a double, I can do a double shift, but then I'm gonna have to pay someone to drive me back because the bus route ends at 8 and the shift ends at 10 or at whatever time I'm done cleaning. Because I was a waitress, I did lots of things. But my point here is we really need to consider our citizens. My story is one of many in Brownsville. I actually did go back to college. I did graduate. I got an economics degree at Baylor, and I came back, and I'm now here serving my community. And the reason that I tell you that is I'm serving my community, I'm giving back to my local economy, and I'm an example of what can happen for people like me if we support them with the right infrastructure. That is economic development right there, and that's sustainable economic development. If people can get to work, if people can get to school, if people can get to medical appointments, et cetera, then we can have a better economy here in Brownsville. Please consider finding alternatives. There are things that you can do. We can look at logistics, we can look at the most popular bus routes, we can look at other avenues of generating revenue and look at other areas of the budget. There are plenty of savings that I'm sure we can find within the budget so that we don't have to increase the bus fare. Please consider what I just said. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to close the public hearing, Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
So I'll make a few comments unless anybody wants to go first. Okay. This isn't an easy discussion to have at any time. And you guys are on point on so many items. One, I'm very proud to see so many of our younger generation coming out to speak because it's important that you are civically engaged, involved, and aware because we need an informed electorate. You guys are clearly very informed and passionate about issues. This is something that the city has looked at every year. And when we think about 20 years ago, gas was only $1.92 and minimum wage was $5.15. And we all know how much those prices have gone up. Well, that means the cost of operating bus has continued to go up. And for 20 years, we've said, we're not raising prices. We're not raising prices. We're not raising prices because we understand the effect it has and the community it affects. But after 20 years, it almost becomes unsustainable because for all those years that the costs are going up, it's coming out of the general fund. That means every other taxpayer is having to fund it. And when we look at other cities and what they're doing, one of those things that's happening in other cities is taxing. They pass taxes, they collect sales taxes, and all those taxes fund bus so that the rate stays low, but everybody's paying it. So even those people, you're paying $1 a ride, but you're paying more at the grocery store. You're paying more at the gas station. You're paying more everywhere else you go to get that $1 fare in those other cities. So it's an artificial low price to a certain extent. Some of the things with regard to comments you guys have made, and this is an issue that citizens have talked to me about since I was elected to office. And more shelters has always been a priority, and we've seen a lot more shelters put up. But I can tell you there isn't a day that goes by that I don't drive by a shelter where the citizens are not in the shelter because those benches are too hot, the sun's hitting it directly, they're behind the shelter, or they're under the tree next to the shelter, they're sitting in the grass because it's cooler and more comfortable. So even if we had shelters at 100% of our stops, citizens would still be looking for other more comfortable places to sit because shelters only work ideally in very certain areas and at certain times of day, depending on where the sun is. We've got to get better at that. Now that we're starting to put in shelters with solar power and hopefully having fans and cooling systems and charging stations that there's a little more convenience for the public, that's a good thing. We need to continue to do more of that. With regard to the communities most affected, you guys are 100% right. And I think that's why Joel and his team, as they worked on this, they made sure that the discount for the most affected groups was a priority. And let me pull that up on my screen.
Yeah, can you put it back as well, please?
Yeah, the fares slide. Thank you. So yeah, if you're a student, senior, individual with disability, veteran, and all of you guys named these groups, the 30-day pass is $30. That preserves the $1 a day route. So that's one way that staff is absolutely trying to make sure we mitigate those who would be most affected by this increase. We want to have a path for them to ensure we keep it at $1 for them. That's one way to do it. The other way is, like we talked about, we need to forge new partnerships with hospitals that we know can afford it, with doctors' offices, and especially because I've talked to other groups where funding routes and funding rides to medical care is so important. And yes, we know the low income that we have in this community and those that have health issues that sometimes aren't covered 100% by their insurance, they can least afford it even more so. And that's why they, more than anybody, we need to find a way to get them free rides to their health care, to their medical care. And it's going to have to come through public-private partnership because at the end of the day, the cost has to be borne by somebody. Already, the taxpayers of Brownsville are contributing through the taxes they pay every day. We need the person on the other end of that ride, not the rider, but the hospital, the doctor, wherever they're going, we need them to contribute as well. At the end of the day, and we talked tonight about this being one of the years, and I think the last several years that several of us have been here, we've seen some of the largest spending on infrastructure, on roads and streets, drainage and flooding, because these are problems that have existed forever. And the repairs that are happening today and that are still coming are things that have been so long overdue and that affect so many people in so many different areas of the city. So to stop and think about, okay, if I need $1 million for this, I need $1 million for that. Okay, what road do we decide not to pave? Or what employee do we decide not to give a raise to? Or what employee do we decide to let go to be able to fund that? So with everything, it's like, okay, if I'm going to find $1 million for bus, where am I going to take it from? Which part of the city do we cut services in? Because ultimately somebody has to help share the costs. But right now, everybody is pitching in. The riders pitching in, every taxpayer of Brownsville is pitching in through the general fund, and Brownsville Metro is doing their part. And the private sector, that's who we need to get more from. SpaceX, LNG, those companies that are receiving the tax benefits, tax credits, if their people are using those buses, let them contribute to help keep the fares down. Those are things that I think every member of this commission is cognizant of and takes to heart. I'm proud that I've had the chance to meet with several of you. I'm disappointed that I have not been able to have all the meetings yet, and I'm still willing to. And remember, tonight is only a first reading. So please come back for the public comment section at the next one. And remember, public comment is right around 5 o'clock. So you'll be able to take the bus here if you wanted to, make public comment, and still catch the bus at 6 o'clock to get home before that. And we can also consider whenever you've got a major issue like this, and there's concern about it's a public hearing, and the public hearing is later in the agenda, just like you guys saw tonight, some business got moved up because of the urgency that the presenters had. Reach out to your commissioners, reach out to us. And if you say, commissioners, can we get this hearing moved up to the start of the meeting so that those that are taking the bus or for whatever reason can't stay late can come early and have their voices heard? I'd absolutely be willing to support that for you guys because it's important that everybody has a chance to speak. So thank you guys for coming out and speaking on this.
Commissioner, just a quick note, this is not an ordinance, this is a resolution, so.
Oh, there's not a second reading, is there?
Correct.
Okay. Changes my perspective a little.
Thank you.
And why is there not a, because it's a resolution, not an ordinance for it, okay?
If this were passed tonight, Joel, when do y'all plan to implement new rates?
It'll be October 1.
So it would be for the new fiscal year. So if we wanted to table this tonight and bring it back for another public hearing to give the public more time to comment, we've got time to do that without affecting the budget.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I also
But it
wanted
would-
to
wait,
ask.
Can I add that we're working on it, you're right, we have until September 3rd, but we would want to approve the budget because the budget some of that is contingent about some of the revenue. So if the revenue, if the deficit's growing, so if we don't cover the deficit, then we're going to have to cut somewhere else. And we need time staff needs time to be able to do that.
But that would mean we'd have to pass this or make adjustments before October 1st or September 3rd. And I think we could.
Yeah, September 3rd.
Well, so I wanted to ask you, what quantitative data do we have that gives us the number of students, our seniors, veterans, like who is riding the bus? Is that what I want to know?
We do, so when the individual either boards the bus and requests that discount fare, currently, they have to present their ID, either they're a senior or individuals with disabilities and students. We also provide IDs to make it easier to identify them. And so in our keypad, the driver, the operator will note each individual. And so we do have that data available to see how many were students, and not just students, how many were from UTRGV, how many were from TSC, or any other individuals.
And would you say because it's a 50% discount, right? So we're proposing $2. 50% discount would mean $1.
Correct.
Right? Which is a 50-cent difference. Now, what is I want to know more or less a percentage that does not qualify for that 50%. Can you, off of the top of your head, I'm sorry to be.
That's rare, Commissioner. I think almost everyone, as long as they provide a student ID or age, depending on your driver license, will qualify. And I'll give you an example. Even visiting students that during college, during the summer, they come down, as long as you have that ID, you will still qualify for that discount.
So what I'm hearing you say is that the majority of the individuals that ride our bus will have the accessibility of the 50% discount, which means that they will be raised by 2/4 if it's a ride. Okay. And then on top of that, will you have your day passes, your weekly passes? Okay. No, I really appreciate, this is always a hard conversation. I appreciate everybody who came out to come speak. I see myself in you. I have always been an advocate of the community. I was born and raised here. I can connect with some of your stories because a lot like yourself, I come from a humble beginnings. And this conversation, like being on that end, there's a lot of things that I did not see. And always being able to sit down, come into these meetings, look at the budget, and have all the variables to make an informed decision really changes the narrative. So the issue here is that everybody wants the rate to stay the same. And I hear you, and I'm with you. But I do have to state that everything has gone up. And a lot of the comments that you state, Commissioner Dos Santos, you said it very well. And it becomes difficult when you want to remain the same, yet everything else is driving up. And so there's a demand that needs to be met. As we saw here, the deficit, if this is not passed or if this is not met, we have a deficit of how much? $1.7 million?
Closer to up to $1 million, but right now the transfer is at 1.7. Correct.
So if we say no to this, what can happen is, one, we lose routes. Was that one of the issues that you stated? Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. We lose routes, which means that now people have to walk longer. So if they're with some form of disability, have kids with themselves, they're in the weather, they are going to have to walk longer to have the accessibility of one bus stop. Okay? One of the first things that I did as a commissioner is I met with Mr. Joel. And I said, hey, explain to me, I want to know more about the B Metro. That was one of the first meetings in one of the first departments. For those of you who don't know, our budget, 53% of it goes to public safety, which is a priority, and the rest of it has to be allocated between 21 different city departments. If we want to raise more on salaries on employees, if we want to help our departments, we go through two routes. We do grants, which our grant department was created by Commissioner Gowen about a couple of years ago, 15 years ago. We didn't have a grant department before, but Commissioner Gowen set that forth. And I really appreciate that from you because this past year, we applied for more than $23 million, okay? The second one is by raising property taxes. And we as a city have done a great job in reducing our property taxes, which is I think the past 2 years, we've been down by 12 cents. I'm sorry, the last 4 years, but we've been down by 12 cents, which is something that we pride ourselves in ensuring that we're not raising that property tax because yes, we do live in an economy where everything is high. And it doesn't make things easy when it comes down to creating the budget. It doesn't make it easy when you want to answer and always vote for and with the people. That is why I ran. I ran because I wanted to make sure that this seat was a voice of the people. If at any point in time, I'd be more than happy to give you my cell phone number or my email, and I'll meet with you, sit down with you. Any questions you have, I am an open book. And that is my promise as a representative. Now, talking about the budget, it is difficult and it's not easy, but sometimes growing pains, this is the process of a growing pain. And they hurt, not only for me, they hurt for the constituents and for all the individuals who have obstacles to having proper transportation to work, to school, or to centers. I like the conversation that we're having nowadays because we're looking at solutions, we're looking at who's being affected, and what solutions we can provide to move forward. Now, I do want to close out and just state, and I want to ask you, Joel, is there any other solutions that we can do that will not, like what other solutions can we do is my final question to you. Which, by the way, this is our first reading. What that means, I'm sorry, it's our resolution, but this is the first time that this is presented to us, right?
We had a work session back in April, Commissioner, yes.
Oh, yes, that's right, I'm sorry. But since then, this is the first time that we've discussed about this to pass this, okay? So my question to you is what other solutions do we have before moving forward? Because I want complete transparency and I want this narrative between us and the public.
So one of the things that we do, and this is when we submit our budget during the budget season, we look at our revenues. Bronzeville Metro and with our terminal downtown, we do collect some leases, for example. And so we make sure that we're at market based on what we can increase per the contract and the CPIs. We have, for example, right now sushi bento, and so we're now increasing that to make it more of what the market is right now in the leasing. We also reached out to FTA and asked them what additional grants can we apply for that are meant for operations. I know the US DOT, United States Department of Transportation, has a lot of grants for capital, for purchases, for infrastructure. Very little for day-to-day operations, and so we still did the ask, and so that's something that they're looked at, and our current funding that we get is based on urbanized area, not on ridership, and so that is set by Congress. But we have looked at what increases can we make in our revenues. Those small increases were identified into this budget. And so if you look line item by line item, that increase was already identified in this budget to make sure that.
Can we tell the commission, the operating cost, isn't it personnel, bus drivers, or what's the main cost of these operational costs?
Correct. So the majority of a cost, similar to any city that provides a service, is the human capital, our drivers, our maintenance staff, our folks that are day in, day out, making sure that the public has this service. And so more than 55% of our budget, or close to 60, is just our employees.
I think that has to be considered. If we're cutting routes, are we looking at cutting personnel? So, I mean, these are serious.
And
The
this is
reason
the
we're
same,
here is because there's a serious problem.
and this is the
right?
same personnel that for years never got a cost of living
sir.
adjustment also.
Yes, sir. Our bus drivers, they're wonderful, right? We have how many? Over 20, 23?
Closer to 40, actually.
Oh, wow. I'm off, but I mean, we increased the number of bus drivers to reduce also overtime. There was a lot of overtime, right? And so there's this thing as, and there's a dynamic that happened during COVID. We talked about broadband and how the American Rescue Plan money, the federal money, help us pay for broadband. The FTA and the federal government during COVID, because the amount of people using the bus reduced to less than 40% because of COVID, you couldn't be next to one. What they did is they subsidized the government through CARES funding. So the federal government during COVID, the COVID money carried us years, right? These last years from 2021, 22, 23, that funding is no longer there. They didn't renew, while we asked, can we renew the funding? The federal government on a national basis did not renew CARES funding. That went away.
And we increased, we put Sunday.
And we
service
increased Sunday service.
during that time.
Right, because you had, at that point, you had the money to do it, and we didn't know if CARES was going to be continued. So we thought we had families that were asking for Sunday service, right? And some of our older population, they go to the mercado or the flea market on Sundays, and so they were asking about that. And so we said, okay, we have this available funding, let's increase service, right? Because we had the federal money, but we knew at some point we'd have to absorb that at some point. We're at this point at a critical juncture where there's no more federal CARES funding money. The COVID money is gone. We also are trying to reduce overtime by increasing the number of bus drivers. They were probably our least, what was the average wage rate a couple of years ago with bus drivers? I mean, they were probably our lowest paid.
When I got here in 2020, right with COVID, they were at $12 an hour. Even though
$12 an hour. I mean, we've raised our minimum. Even this year, as part of our budget, we want to raise our minimum wage to, I believe, $13, a livable wage. I mean, many of these people, everybody talked about a livable wage, right? And that's still not. But when I got here, even in 2019, our wage was at close to 11. It didn't even make 11. So we also have to look at the livable wages of our employees. And so that's and if Joel's telling us that more than 50% is bus driver, it's personnel. If you looked at our budget, 60% is personnel, most of it's public safety. So that's a reality of of, of the situation that all transit's living is handling throughout the nation. So it's not just Brownsville, right? It's on a national basis.
Ms. Ramirez, and if we cut personnel, does that mean there will be less bus drivers?
Absolutely.
So there will be less bus drivers and less buses on the roads?
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, one last comment, only because there was a comment made earlier that I think is important for us to address. Someone mentioned about Spanish speaking and translation services. I do want you guys to know that through our city attorney's office, we do offer translation services. I believe it's a device that we can issue out so that they can listen to the meeting in Spanish. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Very good. So I want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. So for any meetings, if you guys come in and if it's someone that only speaks Spanish, they can ask for that assistance here. So it's so important to us that everybody understand what's going on. And if they come up and want to say something and are only able to speak in Spanish, we can provide a translator. But I think everybody up here has a good understanding of the Spanish language as well. But in the interest of more public comment and based on everything we've heard, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to table to a date definite September 3rd.
Okay, still had a comment.
I'm sorry. Well, and it'll still be discussion.
We have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to table. Any further discussion?
Sorry.
So can I go ahead, come.
I promise not to speak long. It's actually been 25 years since we raised bus fares. When I came to this position, I knew very little about the budget, and it took several years to really figure it out. And a few years back, we did a workshop at the library. Finance led it, Lupe will remember, where we had pieces of a pie, and everybody at the workshop would fill up the pie the way they felt appropriate. Some chose more funding for parks, some chose more funding for public service, some chose more funding for streets. Everybody's pie looked differently. But all of those things were still things that the city had to provide one way or another. So there's no perfect recipe of how everybody is going to agree, but we do know that we need to provide for all. 25 years of not raising the fares, considering all the things that were already said, I think is something that is really commendable to the commissions that have sat here and the city managers that have sat over there. I do think also that those of you who provided examples of what the fares would do may not really be understanding how the discounts will work with the seniors and the students. And perhaps if you had those specific questions for staff after this meeting, or not after this meeting, is very late, but you may find that the examples of how you think the fares are going to affect you are not quite right. So I urge you to talk to staff tomorrow or the next day and really understand, give them specific examples of how a student or a senior or families that you described, how their fares would increase. I don't think you're understanding some of the discounts that are built in as well as you might. So thank you very much for coming and participating and expressing your feelings.
No, I truly appreciate you guys coming out here. You guys had the choice of being at home, but you chose to be here and be a part of this conversation. But I have to ask you guys a couple of questions. Raise your hand if you're for cutting personnel, cutting bus drivers from the B Metro.
Sorry.
So the public hearing is closed now. But send me an email. I'll respond to you. I'll sit down with you and hear all your concerns. I haven't seen any of them. I would have responded back. Okay. So raise your hand if you would like to cut bus stops, which means that now individuals would have to walk longer to another bus stop. I appreciate you guys coming out here. I appreciate you not raising your hand, because voting no for this, that's what a consequence of that would be. And it's not being equitable. It's not us giving accessibility to those that ride the bus. So thank you.
Discussion? If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay. Nay.
All.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Nay.
Commissioner Cardenas, nay. Commissioner De Los Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Gowan, Mayor Cowan,
Nay.
Commissioner Villarreal,
Nay.
Commissioner Macias,
Nay.
Commissioner Martinez. Motion fails. Would you?
Any other motion on the table?
I move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
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 Ayes
We have 2 nays,
Correct.
5 ayes.
ayes
motion
have it.
passes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor Commissioner. Are we doing a quick note? We are going to work on that marketing campaign. We want to make sure that we continue to reach out to the public of what this action means and how the passes will help them out. And so we'll continue doing that due diligence. Thank
I
you.
would encourage you to have examples that things mentioned like families that those are very important.
Yes, Commissioner. Thank you.
Public hearing number 8, public hearing and action on second and final reading on ordinance number 2024-1751, amending Chapter 40 elections of the Code of Ordinances to adopt Article 3 electioneering to provide reasonable time, place, and manner regulations for electioneering activity. Office of the City Attorney.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Commission. Go to the next slide. At the last commission meeting, you all, majority approved the first reading. However, there was a few requested changes to the electioneering ordinance. Those are indicated in red. Before we had where you could have one sign and then have another one for another foot. We have now changed it to where it's 4 signs per candidate or measure. We have also made it clear, though the intent was, the first bullet point says no electioneering materials 24 hours before polls open, and then 24 hours after they close, you'd have to remove the items. We wanted to make it clear, and this was our intent, that signs would be placed no earlier than 1 hour before, and then 1 hour after polls close for the day. Next slide. Not much has changed as far as restrictions on the canopy or the vehicles. Next slide. What we did from a question that one of the commissioners had, whether or not canvassing was allowed, we did want to make it clear that canvassing is allowed outside of the 100-foot buffer, so long as they don't approach vehicles. So we added that in there to make it clear. That was suggested by Mr. Garza over at the elections office. Next slide. And then the final request was that a first violation would receive a warning, and then subsequent violations would then be cited, right? Because the idea and the goal is to educate first, give a warning in case the individual doesn't understand, and then cite if it continues. Next slide. And I'll entertain any questions y'all may have.
Not a question, just a comment. I think going to having to remove everything daily is going to create more work for staff, because now every day we've got to go out and recheck. If everything was set on day 1 and stayed the same through the election period, not a problem, give it a cursory glance.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
now
with
everything's down and everything's going back up every day. Staff's going to have to go out there every day and is it the 12 inches? Is it this? Is it
Yeah.
that? I think that's a crazy idea.
Well, the 12 inches has been removed, and if it's the commission's desire, you can approve as amended, if there's a particular provision that you do not agree with.
Any question?
Any questions or comments?
I'll approve amending that, taking it down and putting it back up every day.
Okay. Now there
The
is,
signage.
Correct. We'll make that amendment. There is a public hearing tied into this as requested.
Yeah, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'd like to move to approve with the amendment of having to remove and put the signs back up every day.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next item, public hearing number 9, public hearing and action on second and final reading on ordinance number 2024-1750, amending Chapter 40, Elections, Article 1, in general of the Code of Ordinances to adopt a municipal campaign finance code. Office of the City Attorney.
So last time I went over with electioneering, the reasons why we were proposing this campaign finance reform. There was feedback received. Next slide. We discussed the limit that other cities have. Next slide. And then more recently, I ran the numbers for the most recent elections going back to 2021. And it seems that the limitations are, for the most part, in line with the contributions that have been received. The mode for a lot of these elections has been between 500, in some instances it's 1,000, depending on the particular race. Now we went with mode versus average, because average, there was some contributions that were way higher. Like one candidate received about 13,000 in a contribution. Then some candidates received $10, right? And so that skews the average. And so the mode is essentially the number that appeared the most often in each campaign. And so these numbers here, for individual, we also provided for PACs or companies. And then we also did an average of expenditures for each election. Next slide. Now, as far as changes, we did modify the contributions per PAC and companies. We added a definition that if essentially there was a concern that if one company had multiple subsidiaries, you have one company that's an LLC and then you had multiple LLCs, we would limit that to the same contribution source. Looking through at the Secretary of State's website to see who has ownership or general partnership in each entity. The other request that was made was tying in the loan repayment limits to the loan limits that a candidate would be able to contribute. The thought behind that is a candidate could contribute 100,000 to their own campaign as a loan, but they would be able to repay only 50,000, but that still allowed them to put in the other 50,000 as well. So we tied in the loan limits to match the repayment limits as well. Next slide. And then for enforcement purposes, the city can adopt a civil penalty as well as criminal penalty. We realize that the criminal penalty is low, it's $500 because it's a Class C misdemeanor. That's the most that we can do. But as far as civil penalties, the city can assess a civil penalty. It's one that we would have to go to district court for, but if we develop a court of record, we would be able to have those cases heard at our municipal court. And there have been discussions in making our court a court of record. Any questions?
Yes, can you go back to the PAC and companies, please?
Yeah.
Explain it one more time.
You go back one slide. There you go. So with PACs or more with companies, this really is businesses. I could establish a business where I contribute $2,500 in a contribution cycle. Then I can establish let's say, for example, 5 other LLCs that are all subsidiary to the original, and each one give 2,500. So that kind of bypasses the limitation. So by defining companies, we have included that subsidiaries, if they can be tied to the original company, as a whole, they would be limited to the 2,500.
So who's gonna check this?
It would,
really,
it would be complaint driven. So if an opponent sees their, the other candidates' reports, they would be the ones to report it. It's like with any other, violation that you have with mowing or, standing water, et cetera. It would be complaint driven. I don't think we have the staff to go through and check every single one of these reports.
Will, I have a question. The 2-year contribution cycles, right? Because I think last time, was it 4?
So the way it was drafted was confusing.
Yes.
Some thought it was 4, some thought it was 2. We have clarified that it is 2.
But it was always 2. We just clarified.
I
so that
think
there's no
clarified.
confusion.
Yeah, I think it was, but then somehow the wording, someone got confused that it might have been 4. And then my other question is here, this would be, and because I don't know either, I don't know if there was clarity. So let's say that this passes today, this would go into effect immediately?
So this would go into effect once if it's adopted.
Correct.
And then published.
Adopted,
But we have added language in there that clarifies the effect on contributions. Because as you all saw on the third chart, for the candidates that are going into 2025 May election, they have already started spending money or collecting donations. So we have tied it to say that there are certain restrictions that are applicable, and then for whatever is collected before it's adopted, it would not be applicable to those contributions.
And Counselor, with regard to the related companies, because I think I heard you say subsidiaries. It's not limited to subsidiaries though, is it?
No,
If I create 5 different LLCs and I've got a car wash company, a carpet cleaning, a house cleaning, and they're all not related to each other, but they're all mine and I control all of them, it still applies, correct or incorrect?
It would apply if in the Secretary of State, we can pinpoint that all those go to a particular company, right?
Go to the same individual.
Same individual or a particular company, yeah. So a good example would be, let's say, John's Law Firm.
Mhm.
John's Law Firm, they give you, whatever candidate, 2,500 from their firm. It doesn't limit them or their wife to give you on their own individual.
Right.
So that, you could still do that. But if then John's LLC, they create 5 additional LLCs and they're all tied into John's LLC, then that would limit it.
No, but that's what I'm saying is if they're not tied into John's LLC, but John is the principal on all of them. So they don't have to be subsidiaries. They don't have to be related. They can be 5 independent LLCs, but with the same individual who's the primary registered agent, whatever you want to call it.
Then it would apply to that person.
Then it would apply. So yeah, I just want to make sure people aren't confused that it has to be a subsidiary.
No, that's correct.
Comments or questions?
So when does it go into effect?
The ordinance goes into effect as soon as it's published and adopted. The certain portions of this, as far as the limitations, would not go into, they wouldn't impact the particular individual that's accepting contributions prior to that date. So
What is that date?
Well, I don't know what day we'll publish. I'd have to check with the city secretary's office, but let's say it goes into effect September 1st, because that's when we publish. Then contributions received before September 1st would not be subject to the ordinance.
And just so the record's clear, when we say publish, we don't mean put it up on the bulletin board.
No, I mean published in the newspaper.
Exactly. Yeah. I want that to be clear.
Any other questions?
This is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
I'll move to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Move to,
Next item is adjournment.
No, we haven't acted.
I'm sorry.
to approve.
Second.
I'd have jumped on that in a
Jumping
heartbeat.
We've had a motion and a second.
I move to approve.
No, we hadn't, there's a motion over there to approve, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
I move
Okay, because I hadn't heard the mayor say that there's a motion.
to approve.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Discussion, Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Are we not getting discussion on this item?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And just a comment, I don't think we need to get pugilistic about this, but I think it's important to at least say this for the record. For 3 years, I've been very proud to be part of what I felt in my lifetime has been one of the best city commissions I've seen. Because I've seen the turmoil over the years, I've seen the fighting over the years, and I've seen private agendas being driven over the years that were not healthy for Brownsville. I think this is a departure from that. I really feel like we've made so much progress, and especially after the last election, we brought public service within reach of a greater number of citizens by, well, we didn't do it, the citizens did it with the charter amendment where there's now compensation for the position of mayor and city commissioners. And that's bringing it within reach of the average citizen more. This is a step backwards. I'm not opposed to a limit on how much you can spend on an entire campaign. I think that levels the playing field. But when you limit how much someone can receive from an individual, that complicates it because that means those who are independently wealthy, no problem. They can hit that 25 or they can hit that 50,000. For the average citizen that can't do that, if they've got a couple of rich friends, their couple of rich friends can't help them much anymore because now they're limited to $1,000. So now they've got to go out there and find more people who they can get it from or have more loterias or have more chicken plate sales or do whatever. And that's time away from meeting the constituents, talking to the constituents and finding about the issues. So I don't think it's a step in the right direction. More than that, the fact that we were not willing to have a workshop or dialogue about this, but do everything through the lawyer, that's concerning. And that's also a departure from what we've done in the past when we've said, we want more public hearings. We want more public input. Let's not rush it. And most importantly, and I think for the mayor and Dr. Gowan, I think you guys, especially with Dr. Gowan being termed out, I think you have good intentions. But I think for other members of the commission, when we know we're going to be up for reelection, if we're taking advantage of the opportunity right now to bank big donations and to prepay for things for our campaigns, knowing that we intend to vote to change the rules so that any future opponent who surfaces is going to be at a disadvantage, that's wrong. That's hubris because we're taking advantage of this for ourselves, knowing that we're going to deprive others of that same opportunity. And the fact that's one of the biggest other problems I have with this is that we know we're in the middle of a cycle. We know fundraising has already started, but we know not every opponent has surfaced yet. And we're bank, and prepay. And guess what? You guys who file later, you're not going to have that chance. That is fundamentally wrong because it is not fair to the citizens of Brownsville. Those are the reasons that I am most adamantly opposed to this. This should be done on an off cycle when it's not an election year. Right after the next election would be the appropriate time to consider something like this after open discussion with everyone together in public view.
I have discussion, Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
I'm upset with today's vote because of the fact that we continue to push this. As you can see, you know, they were ready to vote and we haven't even had discussion yet. And I'm not sure how this came about, but I did request a workshop to ask for information. The attorney did share that, you know, there was a lot of questions and a lot of drafting that we had to go through. I wish we had more time to be able to set up something that lends itself to everybody to give them the opportunity to run. If I had $100,000 that I could dispose right now and just put into my campaign, I could do that. I can only pay myself half of it, but at least I'll have 6 figures in my bank account. I don't have that kind of money, I'm sorry. But I was raised on my own with my mom, working. To go out and try to collect that money it's going to be difficult for me. What makes me think that somebody else is going to come in and put $100,000 into the campaign and I can only raise $8,000? what big disadvantages that put ourselves in. And for us to continue to not be open to just having a conversation about this is very disappointing to me. The fact that members of this commission didn't even submit their finance report this last cycle, but they're voting today to make sure that we have extra rules, extra hoops that you have to go through. That's a disservice to the people that actually are trying to do something with their community and want to stand up and run for office. So today I am voting no because I don't believe that the numbers will lend themselves to provide opportunities for everybody. I'm not opposed to this. Let me make that very clear. We need to be able to have some parameters so somebody doesn't come in here and change the rules. But it shouldn't be this conservative. And the fact that this just went through like this is very disappointing to me.
So, council, I want to ask you, so it's in 2 years, you fundraise 50,000? And then in another 2 years, you can fundraise another 50,000? Because I'm sorry, I saw two-term, you said
So
two.
The contributions are per what you can receive per individual, PAC or company is,
Got it.
is a, here, you'll see it here on this slide. Those are per cycle. The expenditure limits are, if I'm not mistaken, are for an election. Let me see real quick.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's per election.
So even if you do 52 years, you have 100,000 in your account, you can't spend 100,000.
But if you go to the next slide, you'll see there that, now, of course, these are averages. Some candidates spent more, some candidates spent less. There was a couple of candidates spent zero on their particular election. And so when you look at the average expenditure, I mean, depending on the 2023, the average was 10,159. The runoff itself was more expensive, 24,000. In 2021, it was a little bit less. And so runoffs tend to be a little bit more expensive. So over the 4 years, if you average that out, total expenditure in elections about 10,105. But again, some candidates spent more than others. So it just depends on the particular race.
And Counselor, for those candidates that spent zero on their campaigns, did any of them win?
No.
Thank you. The day I see it's the day I'll believe it.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment real quick. I think this is all about setting guardrails on our elections. I think we've all seen special interests really tried to have an impact on candidates, on potential candidates, on current members of the commission. I've seen it. I think everyone else has seen it. This is just helps make sure that there's no undue influence. I think the limits are completely reasonable. It's not out of line. I think, it does impact, probably impacts me the most in terms of, I probably fundraised the most out of anyone here last election. So I'm going to have to do more to fundraise, which is okay. I also think, there is way too much money spent on election vendors, right? I think there's too much money that it drives the amount of signs being put up. It drives all the expenditures that are, at the end of the day, I think it's wasteful. But for me, this is primarily about special interests and having undue influence on our commission and in the election process. So that's where I'm going to leave it.
I also wanted to add that the city of McAllen, there was a petition that was done to add something similar to this on their charter election, because their limits, as you saw on the slide before this one, are a lot higher. The general counsel of that organization reached out and wanted to say congrats that the city of Brownsville was moving towards looking at something like this, while a fellow city in Upper Valley had to go through a charter election to get it on the ballot.
So I'm going to share my thoughts when it comes down to campaigning. I don't know any of my close friends or any of my family members that ever ran in a campaign. So I put my name on the ballot with good faith, only wanting to serve my community. I had no idea about fundraising, about, you know, calling and lists and any of that. I was clueless to it, okay? And what I learned throughout campaigning is that number one, it doesn't matter how many signs or how many promotional items you have on there. People, I'm sorry, and I've learned this by conversations, through voter conversations on how they vote. They do not vote based off of a sign. They do not vote based off of a flyer. They vote off of the conversations and the connections that you're able to have with a voter. If you can tailor to a voter in the sense of wanting to make the city better in the same things that they feel should be better, then that is one form of connection. I've seen instances in campaigning. I don't believe that if you run against someone super, super wealthy, that is going to matter. I've seen people on the commission today who have ran against very wealthy individuals and they have won the race. So I also want to comment that at times, money is not of influence. And I think I believe that this is good when it comes down to vendors trying to have influence on you or on a vote. So I think that this is a great way to prevent special interest groups, a great way to also reduce the amount of campaigning of campaign spending money that is going out there, because yeah, it is getting out of hand. I've seen campaigns within the city being above $150,000. That's a lot of money. And at the end of the day, we all need to do our due diligence as to who's running. And we just need to have more of that communication with the constituents and the residents and the voter base. So those are my comments. I don't feel that money is of influence because I spent very, very little money. And I did not receive $5,000 checks. I did not receive $2,500 vendor checks during my campaign. So those are all my comments that I want on here, and
Yeah, I'll just finish with my comments for the record. I do believe that we're in an unprecedented time in Brownsville, as the young people shared some actually very valuable information about the rapid growth of Brownsville. And for me, I think that there needs to be some sort of harness and wrapped around our campaigning. This is the first time I've seen, at least in recent memory for me, candidates announce 15 to 16 months before an election. I don't know. I barely, I think, made it before the close of my camp, whenever I think I was in early February to run for a May election. And I had 3 or 4 months to figure out how to campaign. And my campaign ended up being the only one that went into a runoff, and it was very expensive. But I think that I was able to fit in these limits. I think that it's possible to do it. And I think that it's a start of a healthy conversation moving forward. I personally will, to the point of McAllen, I personally think that it's something that this commission should consider to actually put into our charter in the future. I think that is the next conversation, possibly after this election. When I'm up for that, right? I think it's important that there be something a little bit more set in stone and some harsher restrictions that can happen once it's in the charter. Those are just my thoughts.
So my comments are going to be that I agree with many things said, particularly with Commissioner Macias. People vote for you not because you have a cute sign or whatever, or that you had the best social media, although social media does impact a lot. But if you make that personal connection with that voter, you have that's the best way to do it. I have sat here a long time and I am glad to vote for this because I think regulations, rules, some guidance is necessary now that Brownsville is succeeding in so many ways that it never had before. The last thing we need is special interests coming to influence the people that sit on this, on this commission. And mark my words, special interests are here and they will continue to come. And we need to limit that because not limiting it is a step backwards. And we don't want that. At least I don't want that. So I will support it. And I will say that, you know, just because if it passes tonight does not mean that 5 years from now, 4 years from now, another commission sits up here and has the political capital to make changes. But for my watch, on my stand here, I will vote to support it.
Any further discussion?
I think, has this already passed? No, okay,
No.
so we haven't voted on this yet, okay.
We voted at first
Now-
reading. First reading passed, tonight is second reading
Okay.
There's 2 nays on the table right now.
from the first vote.
And so I understand, right? We're not always going to agree on everything, and that's okay. But at the end of the day, I wanted to ask you, to the nays, is what would you guys feel comfortable with in order to move this?
At first, sitting down and having a conversation in a workshop, just like we've done on 90% of the other things we do. And when we asked for that, we were told, no, the person who wants us on the agenda wants us on the agenda as an action item, so no workshop. If you have comments, talk to the lawyer. That's not how we've done business as a commission up to now. That was my greatest disappointment.
We can still have comments right now.
This isn't constructive. You guys know how you're voting. The votes are already there. The 4 votes have been there. Even if you vote against it tonight, Commissioner Macias, the 4 votes are there. And it came about without us being able to sit in a room and talk, even in public view, I'm okay with, without us being able to sit and talk about why this amount, why that amount. And, you know, it went from $100,000 to now $50,000. How did that come about? Have no idea. We know somebody suggested it, but we don't know who. It was not an open discussion. It was everything had to be filtered through the lawyer.
So the whole point of us having this conversation now is to see like what would feel comfortable and what's in the best interest. So I'm asking you.
No,
right?
ma'am.
I'm asking you, like what?
Commissioner, no, the reason we're having this discussion now is Commissioner Martinez and I put it on the agenda as a discussion item because it would have been consent and would have just gone right through with no more discussion. And the reason we had a public hearing last time is because it's required by law. I guarantee you if the law didn't require that public hearing, we wouldn't have gotten that either.
But then you had the option to also state your comments
I
and
just
to make
did.
it better, right?
I
And
stated
so
them tonight. And like I said, if I'm going to take all this money and then say, but I'm changing the rules for my opponent, that's ridiculous. That's not fair. It should be that, you know what, if I'm already taking the money, then wait till my election is over and then let the rules change. Because somebody who hasn't filed yet to run against Roy should be able to raise money the same way I've been raising money for these last several months. And we're going to say, no, somebody who comes up to challenge Roy and Pedro in this at-large race, even though Roy and Pedro are raising money right now and banking money right now and have prepaid for this, and that's not going to count against our limits. But anybody who tries to challenge me and Pedro now, whole different set of rules. How is that fair? It's not.
So what you're pitching forth right now is to wait for this until
It's not an election
after the
cycle.
election. But if, I understand where you're coming from, but if we don't do this now, then when?
We can do this now and say it's effective the day after the next general election. We can absolutely pass it now with that stipulation. Are we willing to do that?
That's what
Probably
we
not.
did. I think that's what we did with salaries when we entertained the charters, is that it wasn't going to start until the next election. You wouldn't be voting on things that would affect you right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm all in for this, but I'm also all in ensuring that this is equitable and that this is good for everyone and that we can come into an agreement of something. I'm all about working with everybody, even on the knees, okay? And that's why I bring this forth and I'm asking, you know, the two to just pitch in, and if we can come together as a commission and make a decision that we can all agree on.
I wish I had that opportunity, Commissioner, but even if you were to vote nay tonight, they still have the votes to pass this.
So what other solutions can we provide for this?
Goes into effect after the next general election. That way it's a level playing field for
would-
anybody who
I would
hasn't filed
entertain
yet.
Yes.
That is at least the fairest thing to do.
Would my colleagues be open to that?
We have a motion on the table.
There's your answer.
I mean, I feel strongly about this, Roy,
I know you do.
because I feel that special interests are out of control right now.
See, and I
I
heard you
do.
say that.
I do. This is why I'm protecting our city. Okay? That's why I'm doing it.
I have no doubt. Then that's why I said I think you and Dr. Gowan are doing this for what you feel is right. I think what you perceive is 110% wrong. I absolutely do.
So
It's clear that's your perception because I heard you make that comment that it's happening right now. I'm not aware of anyone on this commission who's voting based on compensation, kickbacks, donations, any of that. And if that's happening, then I think there needs to be an ethics complaint, charges with the DA, something. Because as I've said before, when I saw something improper, I went to the Justice Department with it. So what investigation is happening? What's going on? Because I'm not aware of anybody on this commission doing anything corrupt right now. And if that's going on, I'd love to know, and I think the public has a right to know what's going on.
Yeah, so I wanted to be clear, there is language within the red line. I don't know if you all saw it, but I'm going to go ahead and read it. So my apologies, I know it might make the meeting a little longer. But it says, pursuant to the city charter, the ordinance shall become effective upon its second and final reading and passage. And then we have caveats. This ordinance applies to a political contribution accepted or political expenditure made on or after the effective date. A political contribution accepted or a political expenditure made before the effective date of this ordinance is governed by the law in effect on the date the contribution was accepted or the expenditure was made. A political contribution may not be accepted after the effective date of this ordinance if the contribution from that donor, together with all contributions from that donor accepted before the effective date of this ordinance, would exceed the maximum contribution established by this ordinance. A candidate or office holder who has made a political expenditure from personal funds before the effective date of this ordinance may reimburse their personal funds for that political expenditure from political contributions accepted before the effective date of this ordinance. A candidate or an office holder who has made a political expenditure from personal funds before the effective date of this ordinance may reimburse their personal funds for that political expenditure from political contributions accepted after the effective date of this ordinance, in an amount that in aggregate does not exceed the limits imposed by the repayment section of the ordinance. And so we did try to establish various effective dates to the various components of this because we understand that there is an election that is underway. And to Commissioner Villarreal's point, the city secretary's office and us were surprised that we started receiving candidate notices way in advance, starting in February. So just to be clear, the effective date, yes, it's effective once it's published, but different components of it relate to different restrictions, taking into consideration that some people have already started funding.
Any further comments or questions? All right. If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay.
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 Ayes have it, motion carries.
We have 2 nays. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It's 10 p.m. Meeting has been adjourned.